Good evening. Welcome to the March 4th City Council meeting. I'm Gina Louise Shara. I'm the City Council President, and I will be presiding this evening. We will begin, as always, with public comment. This meeting and all who participate on Zoom will be audio and video recorded. If you wish to make a public comment, please use the raise hand feature. To raise your hand, you click on the participants button in the horizontal menu bar at the bottom of your screen. And a column should open up with participants, and the raise hand feature might be at the bottom of that column. If it's not, look under reactions also in that horizontal menu bar, and it might be under reactions as well. If you're calling in by phone, you can try hitting *9 to raise your hand. If you're having trouble raising your hand, you may use the chat feature to send a message to me, and that's the only time that we'll use that feature, and it'll only be used during public comment. But I'll be on the lookout for anyone having any trouble. I'll unmute each raised hand one by one and ask if you'd like to make a comment. When you begin, please state your name and your city or town for the public record. To ensure everyone has an equal opportunity to speak to the council, we ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, I will ask you to please finish your sentence. According to council rules, we do not respond during public comment, as it is your time to speak. So while your comment should be directed to us, you'll understand when we don't respond to you. You may speak on any topic. It doesn't need to be an item on the agenda. And I ask that all but the council turn off your video until called upon, as comments are directed to the council and only the person recognized has the floor. We'll do our best to act quickly if someone is acting clearly in a way that's inappropriate, deploying profanity or slurs, or displaying something outside of what one would expect in council chambers. And I'll remove anyone who needs to be removed from the meeting. If you don't wish to make a comment, you can always watch on Channel 15 or by streaming on Northampton Open Media through their YouTube channel or their other platforms. The recording of this meeting will be available on Northampton Open Media's Government Video Archive channel on YouTube, and I thank them, as always, for that public service. I'll remind people we're always happy to receive public comment by email, and that is equally a part of the public record. So please email us at citycouncil@northamptonma.gov. And you all have got the raise hand feature going. So I'm going to call on Christine Olson first.
Good evening, I'm Christine Olson. I live in Northampton, and I'm here from a newly formed citizens group concerned about the placement of small cell facilities in our residential neighborhoods. Small cells are basically mini cell towers placed on existing utility poles. Like larger cell towers, they emit microwave radiation or radio frequency radiation, which has been shown by multiple scientific studies to increase the risk of many health hazards, including increased risk of cancer. This is not only a public health issue, but also an economic issue for homeowners. Who is going to want to buy a home within the radiation zone of one of these mini towers? Poor siting of these facilities in our neighborhoods will lead to reduced property value to small cells located closer together right on the street. So presumably the need for responsible siting of these structures will become more urgent. In addition to health and economic issues, these small cells can stack up on poles in the public right-of-way and make a blight on our city streets. Our citizens group, Safe Tech Northampton, has been trying since December to obtain city records regarding the location of cell facilities. I have appreciated the very prompt response to my recent emails, but so far, the city has not provided the records. We just heard from the building commissioner that their database cannot track that information specifically. It is important for this information to be compiled and available to the public, and especially important that cell facilities be monitored for radiation levels to ensure that emissions do not exceed FCC guidelines. Telecommunication companies can emit high levels of radiation, and we would have no idea it's happening. Several of us have measured the radio frequency radiation from small cell installations placed close to homes in our town and found quite high spikes of radiation, high enough that they would be illegal in multiple countries. Again, who would want to buy these homes? Cell towers, small or large, affect our health adversely. And as we move into future generations of wireless technology, will increasingly affect our property values and the visual character of our town. We urge Northampton City government to give this issue serious consideration, to monitor radiation levels from cell facilities, and to strengthen regulations to mitigate their impact on health and property values. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Lucas Lang.
Hi, good evening. I'm Lucas Byzantin Lang, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Northampton Mayor's Youth Commission. As of right now, it is impossible to afford a single-family home in Northampton below an average income level of approximately $90,000. A full-time minimum wage worker would have to spend more than half of their income to be able to afford the median rent for apartments in the city. This is not acceptable. It's imperative that the city of Northampton begin to reform its zoning laws, which significantly reduce the amount of affordable housing, which in turn exacerbates the amount of people experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. That is why the Northampton Youth Commission is urging the Northampton City Council to back the ordinance titled "A Package of Zoning Amendments to Allow Two Families by Right in All Residential Districts." This proposal would increase the availability of housing stock in Northampton, a step in the right direction to help lower the cost of housing. This can help make Northampton a more equitable and accessible place for all of its residents, regardless of race, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, or socioeconomic status. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have Ed Olmsted.
Thank you. I'm here to speak in favor of the resolution by Councilor Maori and Jarrett on the resolution to oppose state incentives for biomass plants. I'm here because I really strongly oppose, or I strongly support basically all of the other cities and towns who don't want to have a biomass plant next door to them. Biomass plant has been made feasible by being deemed eligible for renewable energy credits, meaning that they are eligible to receive money for burning wood, which is not a renewable resource and is a polluting resource. The way that they have figured out that the resource is renewable is, I guess, they replant trees, or they say that they're just using waste trees. But this has not been shown to be the case. They are actually going to use whole trees. They're going to put a plant in Springfield in a neighborhood that is a high rate of asthma and other pollution. And I think they've agreed to limit the pollution by scrubbing the smokestack. But basically, they managed, as Councilor Jarrett and Maori have pointed out in their resolution, they managed somehow to have the strong resolutions that Cooley Dickinson Hospital had to follow in order to put a small biomass plant over there. And they've stripped them of their scientifically based restrictions, needed restrictions. And so nobody would want to have this, and no other town in Massachusetts or city wants to have it, but they've gone looking for places where there's less ability for people to say no, the less power to stand up and get them not to put the plant there. And it's happening in Springfield. If it happens here, it'll happen elsewhere. Once the plant is built, Palmer Renewable Energy, who currently owns the place, is free to sell it to whoever. And they're free to continue to fight against any regulations to control whatever happens on that site for decades. So I hope that councilors will vote to support this. and that the public also understands that this is the wrong thing to be doing in Springfield. There's been talk about how municipal light companies want this, but there's, am I out of time?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, next up we have Martha Nathan. Can you unmute?
There we go.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Marty Nathan. I'm at 24 Massasoit Street. I had an article in a column in the Gazette this morning. And I'm here also, like Ed, to support the resolution against the Baker administration's attempts to subsidize inefficient biomass as renewable energy. There's a present push by the Baker administration, as Ed said, to change the renewable portfolio standards to include inefficient biomass plants. This is based on a lie. Biomass produces more carbon dioxide for unit of electricity produced than coal, which is the worst of the fossil fuels. Further, there's no doubt that our forests, the only sink we have for carbon dioxide that causes climate change, will suffer as trees are fed into the plant and burned. The change in the RPS to give hundreds of millions in ratepayer money to plants like Palmer Renewable in Springfield would not accomplish the goal of fighting climate change. Equally as bad, though, in this proposal by the Baker administration is the air pollution, which includes particulates in particular, nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxides, heavy metals, toxins in the air, which cause lung and cardiovascular disease. The Springfield Palmer Renewable Biomass Plant is the only one planned at this point to benefit from these new subsidies by the state. It will be placed in a diverse, low-income, environmental justice neighborhood in Springfield, which was itself, for 2 years in a row, the asthma capital of the country. Children, elderly people, and I'm a doctor, and I saw this every day, will suffer from what comes out of these smokestacks. Thus, the change in the RPS by the Baker administration subsidizing the Palmer Renewable Plant will make climate change worse and make the people of Springfield and us, because pollution knows no boundaries and travels 90 miles radius from its source. That's certain. Northampton is certainly within that 90-mile radius. Make the people of Springfield and us sick. I thank the city councilors for presenting the resolution, and I urge council to pass it unanimously. It is in our interest, and it is in the interest of all of Western Mass, but particularly the people of Springfield, that this be opposed successfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Wendy Foxman.
Good evening. I do not think I will. I'm Wendy Foxman, Ward 7 in Leeds. I don't expect that I'll go anywhere near my 3 minutes, so I'll take a few seconds to simply say I support the two prior speakers, and I hope you do pass the resolution. And thank you for all the work you do and the work you will be doing as we enter budget season. And it occurred to me listening tonight, I want to thank you, Bill, for bringing about the Youth Commission. I have been so impressed with their contribution on a variety of issues over the last year that I've been observing. Thank you. But I have some comments about public comment. Referring back to your budget hearings for the current fiscal year, you all know many of those meetings went beyond 2 hours and a few over 5, and at least one lasted 7 hours. I attended most of those meetings. Transparency and public participation is good government. Generally speaking, deliberative meetings that last 3 hours or more are not good government. And as we've recently seen with the Policing Review Commission, can lead to folks not wanting to serve when the time burden is too great. When the agenda runs very long, members of the public may leave before an agenda item they are particularly interested in is discussed. Counselors and city officials in attendance become tired and may not have clarity of thought for sound decision-making. Your public comment rules provide for members of the public to address the council for a period of 3 minutes. If language translation is required, it is 6 minutes. The rule provides for discretion by the presiding officer to extend or reduce the time limits for speakers. It appears the council has set time limits on the comment period, and I support your doing so. Those time limits have been fairly generous. I encourage you, in the interest of fairness for yourselves, city officials who attend your meetings, and the general public, to exercise that discretion when you set the parameters for the public comment period, particularly when you have a large number of people who wish to address the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it says Steve Jones, but I see Adele Franks.
You are correct. I am not Steve Jones, but for some reason I can't change the name on the screen. I am here to speak in favor of the resolution opposing incentives for biomass plants. I think it's very important for Northampton to show solidarity with the people of Springfield who have been opposing this biomass plant for more than 10 years. And also to show solidarity with the City Council of Springfield, which has passed a resolution in opposition to the construction of this plant. And similarly, I am very much in favor of the aspect of this resolution that that expresses opposition to weakening the renewable portfolio standard. The renewable portfolio standard is something that Massachusetts can really be proud of. It showed real energy policy leadership when it was enacted in 2012 as a regulation, and to weaken it at this point when we're seeing the effects of climate chaos is ridiculous, and in fact would really diminish our role, which I would hope we would maintain our leadership in this arena. So I hope that you will unanimously pass this resolution, which will put Northampton on the record as opposing any weakening in the RPS and show our solidarity with the people of Springfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Susan Thayberg.
Hi there. So I will speak succinctly to this. I'm Susan Taberge. I work with Springfield Climate Justice Coalition and Climate Action Now. And I'll just say there are 3 outstanding reasons to support this resolution against biomass. Number 1, it's a climate catastrophe to be putting this highly polluting power plant anywhere, and particularly in Springfield. I'll speak to that in a moment. And also, this is a much.
Oh, sorry, you got muted somehow.
Huh, that's weird. Did I just cut out? I don't.
You, just for a moment.
Okay. I was just saying that in terms of the climate impact, there's a whole industry looking to cut down forests and sell those products and profit from cutting down forests at a time when we really need them to sink carbon. It's one of the really positive things that we can be doing right now. So number 1 is the climate catastrophe. Number 2 is the fact that this is environmental racism at its most blatant, because you can note that it's Springfield, Massachusetts, and a community where I personally know people who have asthma, people in their family have asthma. As people have said, Springfield was named asthma capital of the nation 2 years running. And so it's an environmental justice community. And so I think it's quite significant that it's Springfield, Massachusetts, this community where they're talking about putting this biomass plant, not in other parts of the state. And of course, quite a bit of this energy would be then used in the eastern part of the state. So we call that a sacrifice zone. And number three, the public health implications of it are highly significant. There are many, many toxins that are given off alongside the carbon. And there's lots of excellent research on it. I would just point people to the Partnership for Policy Integrity website and the Climate Action Now website if you want more information and documentation. And also a new website the campaign has called No Toxic Biomass in Springfield to get lots more information. So those are the 3 points: climate catastrophe, public health, environmental racism. So I'm so honored and thrilled to live in a city where our city councilors put forth a resolution that takes a stand on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have David Murphy.
Mute. There we go.
There you
Good
go.
evening. Two things tonight. First, I would like to add my support to the resolution. I live very close to the hospital's mini biomass beast, and it's noisy and it smells terrible. Anybody that's seen Michael Moore's recent video, he has a portion of it on a biomass plant, and they're clearly burning recently cut trees, not wood chips. So I'm in on the no biomass plants. But that's not the main reason I'm speaking tonight. I want to talk about 2166 relative to two families by right, which I support except for one portion of it, and that's under the general standards A1, that any new heating system to serve a second unit on a parcel or new two-family or two single families on a single parcel have to be fossil fuel free. I might like to suggest that while mini splits are wonderful, they don't do really well in extremes, which means you need some sort of backup system. And if that can't be fossil fuel, it needs to be resistance electric, which burns a ton of electricity, as does a mini split working overtime when it's really cold trying to heat the thing. Add to that the fact that this really shouldn't be in zoning. This should probably be in the building code. And I think when Brookline tried to do it, the Attorney General said, no, you shouldn't put it there. But because we're a city and we don't have to go to the Attorney General, we're going to try and put it there. Put it in the building code. If you want to do it, don't put it here. But also think about the fact that in places like Texas, where the electrical grid was having problems, if you're all electric and you have no backup of any other sort, you're going to probably freeze, which isn't really a good thing in an extreme climate like where we are. So I support the general ordinance. I think it falls in line with what the state just did relative to making it easier to do infill units. Was around when we made the 13 zoning change and supported that. But sticking this in there is just a bad idea. It's in an appropriate place. There will be a point, I think, when the technology gets to the point where these are more reliable in extremes. But I think people, to be realistic, people need to have the option of other sources of backup. You might suggest that these are primary, but you can't take away their ability to back it up with something else. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. You might want to back up an electrically based heating system with something else. But it doesn't belong here, and I would encourage you to support the ordinance, but take out under the general standards A1, which requires stipulating that heating system, which it just is, it's too soon, it's not the place, it's the wrong thing to do at this point in time. So thank you, and again, I'm also in on the no biomass. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Bill and Harriet.
Actually, I'm just Bill. I'm Bill Diamond. I live on Grove Street in Northampton. I am speaking from the Climate Action Group of the Unitarian Society of Northampton and Florence. I also support the biomass resolution proposed by Councilors Jarrett and Maori. And you've heard detailed explanations of the problems of the plan. I simply have a metaphor for this. It's our version of the Keystone XL pipeline. It's a greedy project to degrade the environment, harm a minority community, and contribute to climate change. It took years of resistance to stop the Keystone pipeline. Think of the courage and persistence of the people resisting the government-supported builders of that pipeline. This is not a pipeline, but it is another greedy project which will degrade the environment, harm a minority community, and contribute to climate change. We need to have the same courage and persistence to stop this project.
Thank you. Next is Jackie Balance.
There we go. Jackie Balance from Florence. I'm speaking first about the resolution concerning biomass plants. Biomass is not really renewable, nor is it clean. It is common knowledge that pollutants from biomass cause and exacerbate respiratory disease. This is a no-brainer. I bet a buck council will pass this sensible resolution. Don't let me lose my money. The problem with city council resolutions is that they make us feel good without often doing very much. For example, in 2009, the council passed a resolution in support of single-payer healthcare. 10 years later, the council passed a resolution in support of the Green New Deal. Last session, the council unanimously passed the Resilience and Regeneration Plan, which so far is no more than a list of recommendations that still have to be addressed by the city one by one. I happen to know that the recent styrene plastics ban took 2 years to become a city ordinance. And now it will be 2 more years before it finally takes effect. And even then, a business claiming hardship can get a further extension. If it takes this long to pass one modest fossil fuel intervention, we will never make our carbon reduction goals in time. In fact, just a few days after our climate plan was passed in City Council, the city approved a permit for a new gas station on King Street. Just when automobile manufacturers all over the world are phasing out the internal combustion engine, we're permitting the Big Y store to keep tens of thousands of gallons of gasoline under their parking lot. Where is the leadership to stop welcoming fossil fuels into our city? If Northampton can't do this, who can? Lastly, you probably know that the new 2-family by right zoning ordinance did not pass the planning board unanimously. One member of the board resigned in part because of unlimited size issues. Our Urban Forestry Commission sent a list of questions to the planning board concerning trees in the ordinance. One of those questions remained unanswered as of 3:30 this afternoon, which is, when any 3-inch trees that have to be replaced due to their removal under this zoning, and they cannot be planted on the project site, how will their loss be mitigated? It's a straightforward question waiting for the answer. I personally have fears about unintended and undesirable consequences of this ordinance. This is an election year, much is at stake more than ever before. Business as usual will lead us to climate catastrophe. I ask leaders to impress us now with your vision and your courage. Go beyond resolutions and get deadly serious about climate issues. Another gas station on King Street.
That's time.
Really?
Thank you. Next is Taylo.
Good evening. My name is Ace Taylo, Ward 3, Northampton. I am speaking on behalf of the Northampton Housing Partnership in support of the package of zoning amendments to allow two-family by right in all zoning districts. These amendments are to basically change the zonings, change allowance and zonings of something that's true in a majority of Northampton already, allowing two-family houses where there is already lots for one. This is something that is very much in support of infill and affordable housing. Understandably, there are risks of developers using this and creating larger, more expensive houses, but I believe those risks can be mitigated with other oversight. And by and large, the entire package is something that should be passed by the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I see no further hands. I'll give it a moment. Anyone is trying to comment. Okay, I don't see anybody else. So, Laura, when you're ready, can you please take the roll and we will convene?
Councillor Dwight.
Here.
Councillor Foster.
Here.
Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Labarge.
Here.
Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Nash.
Here.
Councillor Quinlan.
Here.
Councillor Shara.
Here.
And Councillor Thorpe.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, first up, we have the announcement of two public hearings. First is announcement of a public hearing concerning the Northampton Capital Improvement Program for FY 2022 to FY 2026. This will be on Thursday, March 18th, 2021. In accordance with Article 7, Section 7-5 of the Charter, the Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing via remote participation on Thursday, March 18th, 2021 at 7:05 p.m. City Council will consider the Capital Improvement Program for FY 2022 to FY 2026 and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Instructions for accessing the hearing will be posted on the March 18th, 2021 City Council agenda to be posted no later than 48 hours prior to the meeting on the city website at northamptonma.gov. The CIP is also available for inspection, and it says here, but that's a hyperlink. So if you go to this agenda, you can get right there. But I will tell you how to get there otherwise, which is if you go to the city website, so northamptonma.gov, go to the mayor's page, and then in the left-hand column, click on Capital Improvement Program. You will be able to pull up this CIP for FY 2022. So that is that public hearing. And we are also announcing a public hearing to consider FY 2022 water and sewer rates. Northampton City Council will hold a public hearing by remote participation on Thursday, March 18th, 2021 at 7:15 p.m. The City Council will consider the proposed FY 2022 water and sewer rates and hear all persons who wish to be heard thereon. Instructions for accessing the hearing may be found on the March 18th, 2021 City Council agenda to be posted on the city website, northamptonma.gov, no later than 48 hours prior to the meeting. Okay, moving on. Are there any updates from committee chairs? Seeing none, let's roll right into 1-minute announcements. Come on, that's right. Councillor Jarrett.
Thank you. The Northampton Policing Review Commission's third and final public hearing is this Saturday, March 6th at 11 a.m. I hope you can join us. And also our outreach form is readily accessible now from the main Policing Review Commission page on the city's website. I also just wanted to make sure people knew that there is a joint hearing of the Legislative Matters and Planning Board this Monday, March 8th, to take up the affordable housing and half-scale units zoning ordinances at 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Other announcements? I was hoping one of you was going to make the announcement about the swimming survey. and the meeting next week. And I didn't pull up the information. So if any of you have it in front of you, I'd love that. Councilor Maori.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting to announce that. I was trying to find the link to the survey, which is probably, I'm not seeing it, but so I'm struggling to find the link. But in any case, the forum on river swimming, which is going to be cover a lot of the Mill River, and it's going to to talk about a myriad of issues around the swimming holes before this, before the season begins, and that is March 10th at 6 p.m. Remote. So that part is there, and I will definitely share the link when I find it to the survey, the accompanying survey, which just asks basic questions about use and issues around recreational swimming on the Mill River and Connecticut River as well. So when we find that, I will post it on social media as well. We really want as many people to answer that as possible, so we have a good sense of what are people's concerns and what are their desires for swimming. Thank you.
I'm guessing it's probably on the Planning and Sustainability page, Councilor Jarrett.
Yes, I found it.
Oh, did you?
Yes, if you go to the Planning and Sustainability, which is northamptonma.gov/plan, then you can go to Environment and Greenways, and then you'll find river swimming. You'll find the link to the Zoom meeting and the survey in English and Spanish.
Excellent. Yay. Thank you. Team effort, everybody. Well done. Any other announcements? Okay. Seeing none, Mayor Narkowitz. Oops.
Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Good evening, members of the City Council. I just wanted to offer another brief communication this evening. I know I spoke to you at our last meeting regarding the vaccination clinics. I think at that time I had mentioned that we were in the process of applying to become a regional site, and we were also discussing some of the challenges with the scheduling system as well as vaccination supply. And I wish I could tell you that things have improved radically since our last meeting. Unfortunately, they have not. So you may have been seeing media reports, not only in Northampton, but frankly, around the state, as well as possibly hearing from constituents about a myriad of appointment cancellations that have occurred last week, including folks that were scheduled to get second doses. I know this has created a lot of understandable concern, frustration, anxiety. I've reiterated in all of my statements to the media that the city and our health department and the almost 50 person contingent that it takes to run one of those 6-hour clinics, and that includes volunteers, it includes health professionals, and who they themselves have to be canceled and rescheduled, share that frustration. And again, we continue to reiterate to people that the scheduling system itself is a state scheduling system, and we understand that there are quirks, we understand that there are incredible wait times, we understand that it's extremely frustrating, but it's something that we just don't have control over. But most importantly has been the vaccination supply issue, which has really driven the cancellations that people have seen over the last week or so. In some cases, cancellations that we don't learn about, or supply cancellations that we don't learn about until Sunday night, when we have clinics planned for the following day on Monday, which then forces us to try to contact all of those people and let them know that their appointment has been canceled. And so now, and obviously when you cancel an appointment, that means that that's another dose that now has stacked up. And in some cases, a second dose, someone waiting for a second dose. This has been especially pronounced with the Moderna vaccine, where we experienced a significant shortfall in Moderna, and we had lots of people waiting for second vaccine. So we are working to schedule those. We are working to catch up on those second vaccines. And we continue to press the state for additional vaccine supply. I realize it's, I will say that, you know, the folks who do access and have used the senior center to a person have been incredibly impressed and grateful, and we are able to move hundreds of people through the senior center. Some of you may have seen storage boxes in the parking lot recently there in order to accommodate the increased throughput required to create the regional site. We literally had to deconstruct the fitness center and put it into storage containers so that we could create additional rooms in the additional space in the senior center to be able to get more people through in an hour. And for those who've been through or seen it, it basically people register and then are sort of separated out into pods in different rooms throughout the senior center so that we can maintain social distancing and safely administer the vaccine at the same time. So, so we have done everything we can do to, when the goalposts got moved and we were told we'd have to shut down, we did everything we could do to ramp it up. But sadly, we're now receiving less vaccines a week, or at least recently, than we were before we became a regional center, which has been extremely frustrating. Compounding that, obviously, I think we were discussing this last time, was the sudden shift, opening up of the 65 and older, which was done without much notice, and we saw the incredible backlog that created. Obviously, we're all extremely excited and heartened that that both President Biden and now Governor Baker has said that that educators and early childhood professionals should also be prioritized. So the governor recently announced that he was moving forward in the phasing to that next bullet. The challenge, of course, is none of the other things that I discussed earlier have changed. We still are not getting adequate vaccine supply. The state actually announced today that all their appointments are full for next week. So it's once again putting intense pressure on local clinics like ours and local boards of health that are trying to run these clinics. And so I just really want to give people a sense of that, because I realize that when an appointment gets canceled, it's very scary, it's anxiety raising, and we understand how critical this is for people, particularly our elders. But I want to reiterate again and again that it's happening because of circumstances that are out of the city's control. And we have been voicing concerns. Obviously, our legislators have been part of oversight hearings with the administration about the vaccine program, and obviously supply and logistics continue to be a major concern. So I just want people to be understanding of that. We know people want to call the senior center, they want to call the health department, and we realize that we can't answer all those calls immediately. We try to get back to them. And we just encourage people to continue to monitor the appointment site. And as new appointments are able to be put online, we will put them online. But again, it's contingent on having the actual vaccine supply to be able to carry out those appointments. And that's sort of the tension point right now. So just wanted you to know that, and I wanted the public to know that. And again, I'll just continue to say what I've said before, that they're doing incredible work, and an incredible combination of health professionals, EMTs, volunteers, our medical reserve corps in Hampshire County, to really make it a safe and efficient experience, and can do more. We just need the vaccines to carry that out. So that is my announcement for this evening.
Thank you for that update and for that remarkable effort to get us to be, able to be a regional site. And I can only imagine how frustrating this all is. Are there any questions for Mayor Narkowitz? No. Okay, thank you. All right, next up, we're up to resolutions. So we're at 21.201, a resolution in opposition to state incentives for biomass plants. This is on first reading.
Move to approve.
Motion's been made and seconded. I will go ahead and read it. So this is upon the recommendation of Councillor Alex Jarrett, Councillor Rachel Maori, and the Northampton Energy and Sustainability Commission. Resolution in opposition to state incentives for biomass plants. Whereas the City of Northampton is committed to ensuring and safeguarding the health, safety, and environment of the residents of our community. And whereas wood-burning biomass plants are a highly polluting form of energy generation known to release pollutants, including fine particulate matter, volatile organic compounds, nitrogen oxides, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. And whereas the Commonwealth adopted science-driven renewable portfolio standards, RPS, regulations in 2012, recognizing that wood-burning power plants emit more carbon dioxide than fossil fuel power plants per unit of energy generated. And whereas due to the 2012 RPS regulations, the only wood-burning biomass plants eligible for Massachusetts renewable energy incentives have been small, efficient, combined heat and power biomass plants. And whereas if the weakened RPS regulations proposed in December 2020 by the Massachusetts Department of Energy Resources, DOER, go into effect, Massachusetts incentives would be available for inefficient, large-scale biomass power plants. And whereas the proposed RPS regulations would wrongly incentivize the construction of a large-scale wood-burning biomass plant proposed by Palmer Renewable Energy in Springfield, an environmental justice community already heavily burdened by industrial air pollution and by record-setting rates of asthma and other respiratory illnesses. Whereas particulate and gaseous pollution from the planned Palmer Renewable Energy Plant would increase hazardous pollution throughout the Pioneer Valley. And whereas our city stands in solidarity with residents of the city of Springfield and the Springfield City Council, which passed a resolution on December 21st, 2020, opposing Massachusetts state incentives for wood-burning biomass plants. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of Northampton opposes any state incentives for inefficient commercial wood-burning biomass plants in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And be it further resolved that the council calls upon the Massachusetts DOER to revise the proposed RPS regulations by returning the woody biomass provisions to their previous science-based language. And be it further resolved that the council calls upon the Joint Committee on Telecommunications, Utilities, and Energy of the Massachusetts Legislature to hold an accessible public hearing on said proposed RPS regulations. And be it further resolved that the council urges its state legislative delegation to support state legislation to remove and bar taxpayer and ratepayer incentives for inefficient commercial biomass power plants in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts by making them ineligible to meet the requirements of the Renewable Portfolio Standard. And be it further resolved that the administrative assistant, the city council shall send a copy of this resolution to Representative Lindsay Sabadosa and Senator Joe Comerford, as well as Governor Charles Baker, DOER Commissioner Patrick Woodcock, and the co-chairs and vice co-chairs of the Joint Committee on Telecommunications, Utilities, and Energy, Senators Mike Barrett and Mark Pacheco, and Representatives Jeffrey Roy and Paul Mark. Okay, it's already on the floor, so I will turn out Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you. First, I just wanted to give thanks to Adele Franks and Climate Action Now and my co-sponsors, Councilor Maori and the Energy and Sustainability Commission for their help with this resolution. I think this issue speaks to the need to be very careful about what we consider renewable. There are existing, efficient, small, combined heat and power biomass power plants that use waste wood chips, such as the one at Cooley Dickinson Hospital, which supplies electricity, heat, and hot water effectively using the energy that this biomass supplies. And although that has its problems, as we've heard, what we're primarily opposing here is not that, but instead inefficient power generating facilities that will require much more biomass than the waste wood that is available. And these incentives are paid for by taxpayers and ratepayers, and that's us. And the result is pollution in many forms that imperils our neighbors in Springfield and us in the short term, as well as CO2 emissions that we all know are endangering our future. There are also 2 bills in the state legislature that we decided not to specifically mention in this resolution, as we didn't have consensus around some of their provisions, but they are very promising, and they would also ban these incentives. They are Senate Bill 2381 and House Bill 3753. And so I encourage you to look them up and talk to your legislators about them.
Thank you. Councilor Maori.
Well, as usual, our public commenters have said everything so eloquently. I don't really have much to add. I just wanted to kind of, I guess did want to reiterate that, the issue of Springfield having one of the highest rates of asthma in the country and of being a vulnerable community with less resources and to fight something this large. And the idea of Northampton not being physically far enough to not negatively be impacted in the 90-minute. We are in that airstream, and I just I also want to mention our senators that have shown opposition, and as we say, the Springfield City Council. And really, the thing that strikes me is the kind of perversity, frankly, of getting ratepayers to have to subsidize their own ill health, to spend $175 million of electric, ratepayers, us, over 20 years to subsidize particulate pollution, in our own air. That really strikes me as quite wrong.
Councilor Dwight.
Very grateful to the proponents and the sponsors of this resolution. The cruel irony is that it was 11 years ago, 10 years ago, we're working the same project, resisting this particular biomass plant and another one out in the western part of further west of the part of the state. In the course of that, and while I wasn't on council then, I was working on a radio show, and got to have the proponents and opponents come and speak. The proponents actually benefited from this ability to have an unabashed, cynical attitude about this. First of all, I think remarkably cynical to even allude that this is green energy, renewable. It is not in any way, shape, or form, as it's been noted. It essentially uses and burns carbon sequestration systems, wood, and at the same time reintroduces the carbon back into the atmosphere. The whole thing that we're trying to arrest, reacting to the really deleterious impacts of climate change. That's 10 or 11 years ago, so it was a decade. The same sense of urgency existed then, and here we are now. We're having the governor making an expedient decision, and his agents making expedient decision to allow, I think, just this one biomass plant. Essentially, it literally does look like a gimme to somebody. Somebody has used some influence here. And the most grotesque part is the fact that, and you see this system-wide with every type of energy generation system that we've experienced that has caused these problems, they're located in areas that do not have the means or the agency to defend themselves. We see it with landfills, unprotected landfills going proximate to communities that cannot protect themselves against the toxins that are emitted from that. The same thing with this biomass plant. Springfield has suffered a number of insults as far as this goes when these kind of cynical projects are established. And it's pretty remarkable. Holyoke took down its coal-fired plant, and actually not because of, but maybe some small way, we actually wrote a resolution in opposition of that as well, and worked very hard and joined a number of other people in the region to oppose that liability, that carbon belching liability here in the valley. And now we have an opportunity to join forces, again, regionally, to say, we will not abide by this perversion of the concept of green and renewable energy. And we will not abide by this grotesque imposition and threat to a vulnerable community that has little chance of protecting itself. So we are joining forces. We will circle the wagons with them if we vote in favor of this. And I'm very, very grateful to you all for making that, giving us the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Councilor Foster.
Thank you. I do want to thank the co-sponsors and the proponents of this resolution. I'm really glad you brought it forward. And, you know, something that has struck me, I've been thinking about this quite a bit, but something that struck me was the comment about Councilor Maori that ratepayers would subsidize their own ill health. Councilor Jarrett, you mentioned how taxpayers would subsidize this. And I think it's also important to put the additional face on it of the individuals who would subsidize this. So we as taxpayers would end up being asked to subsidize this financially. I think some of you know, not everybody knows, but my younger child has asthma. And for about 1.5 years, it was not well controlled. That was 1.5 years from when he was about 18 months old to 3. And I remember this constant sort of looking at the emotional and financial costs to an individual and a family of dealing with asthma. And it's significant. You know, I don't, you might need to listen to me talk for about 5 hours to talk about the incredible burden that asthma can bring to a family, particularly when it's not well controlled. We have done ER trips. We have missed so much work. He has missed so much daycare during that. And all of these costs are costs that we're asking families, or not that we're asking, that are shouldered by individuals. That the co-pays, I mean, just his preventative inhaler was $30 a month. And then you add in the nebulizer and you add in all of this other stuff. The organization of family life to make that medicine, first of all, to think about like renewing the prescription every 30 days, making sure it was taken every morning, every evening. Those are costs that are hard to sort of quantify to a family. And I remember one night, you know, that his asthma, by the way, I should say, is not caused by air quality. It's actually caused by exposure to viruses, which is another ball of wax at this time. But I remember one night his episodes would last for several days. And what would happen is he would start with getting sick, then he would get really sleepy, he would cough, and eventually we would have to decide whether or not his oxygen levels were going to require a trip to the doctor. And one night I was watching him sleep and checking his respirations and making sure he was going to be okay that night. And I remember just feeling this sort of anger at knowing that individuals and families were bearing this cost, and especially individuals whose asthma is triggered by air quality, this cost of things like a biomass plant, of air pollution. And it's just out there in the ether, and yet nothing's free. People are paying this price. And to think about putting us in Springfield, where, as has been mentioned so eloquently, families have less resource to fight it, but also significantly less resource than my family had to deal with the impact when it's there. So, you know, thank you to the co-sponsors for bringing this forward. I wholeheartedly support it. And, you know, I definitely stand in solidarity with Springfield on, and Springfield City Council on resisting this coming to their community.
Thank you for sharing that. Councilor Quinlan.
Well, I would just say that between the people that spoke in public comment and my colleagues here tonight, there's just no way I can express thoughts any better than what we've heard. So I would just simply say thank you so much for this. This is something that, as a group, I feel, you know, we will do, and I agree with so strongly. The only thing that I would ask is if I wonder if in the final Therefore, be it resolved, if it wouldn't be appropriate to list the Springfield City Council as well and send them a copy of this.
Yeah, you could do that.
Is there a second to that amendment?
That.
Councilor Labarge has seconded it. Okay. Any discussion on that, adding Springfield Council? Councilor Mayari?
Yeah, just to thank Councilor Quinlan for thinking of that. That's really thoughtful.
Councilor Jarrett, did you have your hand raised?
Yeah, I was just gonna also think that's a great idea, so thank you.
Any further discussion on that amendment? Councilor Labarge?
I'm sorry, not on the amendment.
Okay. Let's do a roll call on that amendment, and then we'll continue discussion as amended.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Labarge?
Yes, I just wanted to talk about the resolution very quickly. We heard people talk tonight about how they felt about this resolution. I have many relatives in Springfield and Holyoke, and who are very upset about this apparently coming forth in Springfield. And I have to say, way back, it's off the record a little bit here, but way back we bought a wood stove, a soap one from the Hadley Stove Shop several years ago. And we had all these little Christmas trees that we had planted, hundreds of them. So that was fine. We had wood delivered and we started burning. And within 2 weeks, I started itching and it was awful. So I ended up in Springfield seeing Dr. McGovern, an allergist, that I was allergic to every tree except for pine. And here we got hundreds and hundreds of Christmas trees that eventually we were going to sell, and I was not even allergic to those. I can tell you how sick I was because of the wood burning on the stove. I have to agree with this resolution. It almost reminds me of the landfill on Glendale Road, fighting for people who were becoming so ill. I mean ill. I had doctors, I had people from all over the Boston area backing us, Francis Crowe in Northampton, the smells. As long as we built our house, we never had that problem. I do not support that happening in Springfield. And it's not just going to affect Springfield, it will be Holyoke, and it's going to be us also. I want to make sure that everybody here who lives in the city of Northampton and our children, okay, are not affected by this bioplant being placed. And I have to say, it does affect allergies. There's a lot of health issues that can occur with this. So I want to thank Rachel Mayor, Alex Jarrett, and I also want to thank Councilor Quinlan because I think it's excellent to go ahead and add that on that amendment for the City Council in Springfield. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Nash.
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for, the sponsors and everybody who spoke tonight, and that I appreciate. I read the resolution before the meeting, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to vote yes on that. But the education that's gone along with all of the testimony tonight's been very profound. I really appreciate it. So thank you to my colleagues and to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, I'll just add, I do think it's very important to stand in solidarity and to fight for our neighbors because it's the right thing to do, but, and especially on such a significant justice issue as this. And of course, it was stated that this is also in our own best interest to fight to stop this and also in the interest of the world. So I thank the sponsors very much for giving us this opportunity to do that. Okay, if there's no further discussion, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously in first reading. Thank you. Unless there is an objection, oh, sorry, Counselor Thorpe?
Yes, I was going to ask the sponsors if they wanted a second reading on this tonight.
I'm not aware of a need for.
Just wanted to, yep. Thank you.
Thanks for asking. So unless there's an objection, I would like to move up items 17 and then 16. So 17 is the package of zoning amendments. I think there are people here that are here for that issue. And then since we're kind of in that realm, right after that, we would go to 16 and then we'd go back up to the consent agenda. Okay, by everybody? Okay, great. So we have zipped down to package of zoning amendments to allow 2 families by right in all residential zoning districts. This is a first reading. Let me give the history a little bit. There was a joint public hearing held between Legislative Matters and the Planning Board, and that was on January 14th. Then there was another joint meeting to deliberate and make recommendations on February 8th. And from that, there was a split vote on the Planning Board, 6-2 with one abstention, or sorry, one person absent. And the Planning Board voted to recommend 9 out of 10 ordinances to move forward to the Council. They pulled out 20.169 with no substantive edits. And then Legislative Matters unanimously approved the package as amended with a positive recommendation with the exemption of 20.169. So these are a challenging group to read, or to read in a way that elucidates instead of makes it more complicated or confusing, because there are tables and visuals. So my preference would be that we put them on the floor as a group, and we can always separate them out later if needed. And then I'll read the definitions, but then we can pull up the ordinances and look at them together on the screen with Carolyn Mish from Planning and Sustainability. I think Solicitor Seawald will also be joining us. And so that would be my preference as a way to kind of most clearly be able to see these. Does that work?
Yes, move them as a group, please.
Second.
Okay. Which has been made and seconded, and move them as a group. So I'm going to start with the definitions because those are easy to read. And then we'll welcome Carolyn in. So this is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narkowitz, Planning and Sustainability, 20.163, an ordinance relative to 2 family by right amendment to definitions. An ordinance of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts, providing that the Code of Ordinances of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts be amended to allow 2 family homes / lots by right in most of the residential districts within the city by amending multiple sections within Chapter 350 relating to definitions, parking, lot layout, design. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Northampton and City Council assembled as follows. Chapter 350-2.1 definitions. Accessory apartment is going to from accessory apartment, it's going to change to dwelling, 2 family / 2 single family below. And then dwelling, 2 family. A 2 family dwelling is a residential building type in which 2 dwelling units are contained within a single freestanding structure, including attached accessory apartments, 2-unit townhouses, backyard cottages. Units may be in distinct but attached masses. And what is being deleted is a detached building containing 2 dwelling units. Then dwelling, 2 single family dwellings located on 1 lot is a residential development type in which 2 freestanding detached single family dwellings are located on a single lot. including detached accessory apartments and backyard cottages, 2-unit townhouses. Okay, so those are the definitions. And then let's, I see that Wayne is here and there is Carolyn. Just make it easy so you guys can unmute yourselves. So I don't know if there's anything to say about the definitions before we move on. You should be able to unmute Carolyn and Wayne. No? Yes? Okay.
Sorry, yes. No, I mean, I'd be happy to run through a brief overview of the whole thing, if that works.
Yeah. That would be great.
Okay, so I just, I don't know if Laura, you gave me screen share options.
I give it a try. You are a co-host, so you should.
Okay. Sure. Let me just, I'm trying to do.
Doesn't work, let me know and I will make it work.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, sorry.
That's okay. I know I moved this up maybe
I know.
sooner than you anticipated it.
You freaked me out.
I'm trying to help.
I know. I appreciate that. Okay. So, sorry. Okay. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So, I'm going to start this from the beginning. Okay. So just to go over, I know that you all have been through the public hearing process on this. So we've talked on a few occasions about the context of the two-family, this piece of the ordinance, but it is part of an overall series of amendments that the mayor and our office are sponsoring and putting forward to try to address the issue of housing in Northampton, both to close the gap in the needs that have been identified through several studies and planning processes, and also provide opportunities for housing development at all different levels and to provide different options for people. So we have the two-family. We're also, Councilor Jarrett announced the public hearing on Monday with Legislative Matters and Planning Board regarding the affordable housing amendments and incentives for smaller units. That's part of this whole scheme as well. And then we're working in addition on zoning amendments that would address the ability to create ground floor multifamily housing in downtown Florence and downtown Northampton to try to also provide opportunities for more and higher density housing in those districts. So more specifically, the reason why we're focusing on two-family, this is at the top of this chart, is to address equity by providing more rentals in all the neighborhoods in the city, not just in the areas that currently in which two families are allowed currently. Try to provide opportunities to allow people to access housing at a lower median price. Also allowing housing opportunities where existing housing stock is located or on existing infrastructure, is an opportunity to reduce carbon footprints as it relates to our housing. We know that transportation and housing, in particular in Northampton, are the biggest areas where we can have an impact on carbon reduction by reducing those, working together to match up our housing and transportation needs and reduce our travel demand requirements. This proposal is, as I mentioned, a way to create housing opportunities that meet more or greater percentage of the needs that we feel are out there that have been identified for residents in Northampton and people who are trying to buy into Northampton or even find rental housing in Northampton. Two-family homes are smaller and therefore less costly for people to be able to enter the market. We've looked at the median house sizes for single-family homes versus two-family, and the median house size, home size is 1,700 square feet, 1,779 to be exact, just under 1,800 square feet. The median unit for two families is around 1,200 square feet. The two-family units require less impervious surface per person. We've done that analysis as well. And we also know that there's a reduced energy consumption, particularly in the situation where you have shared party walls for a two-family. So what we're talking about, this is a zoning map of Northampton. There are a lot of colors here, but I just want to briefly go over this to show where we currently allow two families by right in urban residential urban residential B and urban residential C. And urban residential C is this darker orange area that surrounds downtown Northampton. Urban residential B is the slightly lighter orange that goes essentially from that urban residential C area out to Florence Center and surrounds Florence Center. So those are the two districts. I mean, it covers quite sort of the densest area of our housing stock in Northampton. And that's currently where two families are allowed. What this ordinance will do is open that up to allow two families in essentially the rest of the city. So the water supply protection district, the rural residential and suburban residential areas, which are these blue areas are water supply protection. The sort of the yellowish areas are rural residential, and we have suburban residential in there as well. And urban residential A, which is primarily around Leeds Center. There's some pockets of urban residential A in here between Northampton and Florence Center. So those are the areas that where this ordinance affects the districts the most. Whoops, sorry about that. In particular, so Councillor Shara just read through the definition section. So we're talking about restructuring the definitions and essentially eliminating the definition of accessory dwelling unit. We now currently allow accessory dwelling units throughout the city, but they're capped at 900 square feet of size. An owner is required to live in the unit. And we're taking that element away and just calling it a two-family. So 2 units would be allowed in any context without that cap and without the ownership requirement. We're also creating a series of design standards for two-family that we haven't had to date. This requires a modification of basically all the use tables, urban residential A, B, and C, but also the details in those tables that currently exist related to parking and attached garages would be modified to address some concerns about compatibility and the way new structures fit into the context of existing neighborhoods. Also in this package, again, it was introduced as 10 ordinances. there's a recommendation to eliminate one of them, and I'll go into that in detail in a little bit. But part of this is also, as we're allowing two families in all the districts to reformat the water supply protection table because it doesn't currently match how we've reformatted all the other tables. So we're taking the opportunity to do that. There's also an element in this that would require the addition of 2 units to include a heating system that's fossil fuel free. You heard some comments in public comment about that piece, and I'd be happy to talk about that. And I think Solicitor Seawald is also here, or will be here if you have further questions of him to talk about that. And then finally, in this package, even though it's not really related, is just a cleanup of some other items, eliminating any reference to the residential incentive overlay, which is no longer a regulatory component of the zoning. So that piece is just a cleanup item. Just to reiterate, this went to joint public hearing January 14th between planning board, or with planning board and the ordinance committee, legislative matters committee, sorry. And after that, the hearing was closed. However, there was a continuation of the discussion to February 8th. So in that intervening time, we made modifications to the text of the ordinance, and that's what's in front of you tonight, are those modifications, and they were based on public comment. There was the question initially came up about whether we could regulate the heating systems to be fossil fuel free within the context of 2 families. That was the primary reason why we looked at moving this to a site plan review by the planning board, because it's really sort of seen as a density bonus or an additional allowance of units, as opposed to the first or primary unit that might be on a property. There were some other questions that came up as it related to what would trigger compliance with the parking location and orientation for existing homes in the URA, URB, and URC districts. So there's clarification language in this amendment that's in front of you, as well as some other design components that were discussed through public hearing. They've been addressed in this, and there were concerns about clarifying the screening requirements as it relates to tree replacement when trees of a certain size, 3 inches to be specific, are removed from a property, making sure that we're coordinating that with the other parts of the zoning that rely on the city's tree planting guidelines. So we wanted to make sure the language was consistent there. So then on February 8th, the 2 bodies reconvened and took a vote on this amendment, and the planning board voted 5-2 to recommend approval with modifications, and legislative matters voted 4-0 to recommend approval with the modifications that are now in front of you. The 2 members who on the planning board who voted not to recommend it, frankly, one member was concerned about the fossil fuel free component of that, and would have voted on the remaining packages if she had felt that that could have been extracted from the whole package, but voted against the whole package because she didn't feel that that was the vote was on the table to just extract that one piece. So she wasn't against the entire package. It was just the component related to the requirement for the heating system to be fossil fuel free. The other member didn't like the fossil fuel free component, but also was concerned about the fact that there wasn't a size cap kept or included in the two-family. So there had been some debate on the floor about whether that would be appropriate, and most of the board members felt that that wasn't appropriate. So that member voted down on the entire package based on size. I think at that time it was not clear that, as I mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, there's a whole series of housing amendments that are being proposed here that are coming in steps. And so one of those is an incentive for smaller units. So I think that complements this two-family package, in that it provides an incentive for creating. Afternoon with Councilor Jarrett about more about the screening item in the design component of this package. And there was a concern raised that there may not be an opportunity to do tree replacement on a property to the extent that this zoning or design and screening criteria require. So he mentioned an interest in wanting to discuss waivers or options that the planning board might be able to grant to someone who might not have the space on a lot to both add a second unit and plant additional trees to offset the trees that are being cut on the property. So I'd be happy to talk about that as well.
Thank you. Okay. Councilor Nash.
Thank you. Carolyn, I have a big picture question here, which is that in terms of the Sustainable Northampton Plan and the map that you were showing us earlier, that the concept of our zoning is based around the idea that the urban core is where the infill is supposed to happen, and that it's in the outer areas around the city, watershed protection, residential rural, suburban residential, that we are to protect, both wildlife habitat and also, the watershed. And so I'm just wondering, in terms of that perspective, why are we taking this, I mean, since we enacted the Sustainable Northampton Plan and the zoning that we went through, it's always been about hitting the bullseye on the target of Northampton, the urban centers, the village centers, and that this seems to be going counter to that. That I just wanted, could you speak to that?
Well, I guess I'll start with emphasizing the fact that we've allowed accessory dwelling units as part of a single family home everywhere in the city, even in the, rural residential and water supply protection districts. However, again, that comes with a requirement that there's a cap on the size of the unit, so it limits the flexibility for people who have different needs, family needs, or their structure of their household changes. And this then sort of allows more flexibility and provides rental opportunities in more areas of the city where they're not currently allowed. And so in that way, it's a sort of a half step to allowing more residential. We're not increasing density by by leaps and bounds in those more suburban areas, but we are providing options for people who might want to rent or be part of a property that's not in the core Florence Center or Northampton core urban areas. So we're not talking about expanding a lot of density in those areas. And then secondly, I guess sort of building off of that, single family home zoning is exclusive, and in that way it sort of demarcates who's allowed and who's not allowed. And so we want to start to lift those sort of historic patterns of inequity and acknowledge the fact that, you know, we don't want to create the barriers for people and their choice about where they want to live.
Could I respond? Yeah, so, yeah, and I get all of that, that the idea is to, you know, by creating more housing, more flexibility, greater opportunity, but there's also, I think we need to acknowledge that we're pushing also into one of the goals of the plan, which is to, you know, preserve habitat, preserve, you know, the watershed, and that aspect, you know, have we evaluated things in a way that we can say that this growth can happen in a way where we're not going to be impacting those areas?
Well, none of the other regulatory structures are being minimized or reduced or eliminated in this process. You know, we still have the local wetlands ordinances. We still have the Wetlands Protection Act. And what we're talking about probably in these areas is one additional unit or an expansion of an existing accessory dwelling unit on a single family home in a building footprint or an building envelope that already existed. And by that, we are actually reducing the pressure on building further out or shifting people to East Hampton or West Hampton into green fields that have never been built before. And by allowing more households on the same property where we would allow a single family home, we're actually reducing the impervious surface and the built area that it takes to accommodate two, you know, you're accommodating two households instead of just one on that same building envelope. So in fact, I would say that it's actually it meets the goals of both the Sustainable Northampton and now our updated climate resilience and regeneration plan.
So in a follow-up to that, Carolyn, I appreciated the case you made for two families. And I think that the two-family model is a more efficient, more economic, and I think it adds flexibility throughout all of the zones in the city. I know a number of the zones already have that flexibility, but there's that. The thing that I'm wondering about is this jump to allow the additional structure of unlimited size on a property, and that so I get the two family. So that particular, because right now they're joined together, two family and two single family, and how is it that you guys, you know, how you thought that combining them would be the best way to do it? Because I see them as almost two different things to be considered.
Well, we currently allow detached accessory dwellings in all of these districts in the city. So those require a special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals in most situations. What we're doing is just saying you can have a detached unit as well, and we're calling it two single units on a parcel, but ultimately it's still 2 units per parcel. It does require planning board review to look at siting and so forth, but I don't, you know, there's still the open space constraints on a property. So the maximum allowed impervious surface is still is not proposed to be changed. So if you're, whether or not you put a detached garage that's 1,200 square feet on your property, or a detached second unit, we're going to look at those the same. So as long as you're still meeting the minimum open space requirements and the setbacks, then you could either have your detached garage, or you could have a detached second unit on the property.
Thank you. I actually, if I could, I have a whole list, Carolyn.
Okay, that's fine.
In terms of incentives, is there a way to incentivize two-family in this? I get that part of the incentive for a two-family is that it would be that it's more economical than building a whole new structure with a whole new system. Do you think that that's enough in this to help promote two families over? I mean, I think in terms of sustainability, we'd like to see in affordability, we'd like to see more two families across the city rather than completely separate houses, right? So do you think that that's enough incentive right there that we're going to see more two families than additional homes, single family homes?
Additional single. To some extent, that's trying to predict the market, and I don't know that. I don't know enough about the real estate market to know if we're going to see more two families and single families. I think there will still be a market for single family homes. So the idea is really just to provide the opportunity and make sure that we're not restricting that. If it makes more economic sense for someone to build two units, they can afford to buy their own home, or by having that extra rental income, or by sharing the cost of construction, or sharing the cost of purchase by having that second unit. I think that this facilitates that. And so we just want to have that as part of our pool of resources for people from which they can choose, what kind of house works for them at that time in their life. But I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know.
But it does seem like it wouldn't, that the two family is incentivized here just by the nature of what it is.
I think so, and I hope so. I mean, what I would hope is we're lifting a restriction, and then that opens up possibilities for them.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn.
Are you ready to relinquish the floor, Councillor Nash?
Yeah, for now.
Councillor Dwight.
Carolyn, why don't we speak about the fossil fuel restriction? And I know, Alan, you're here somewhere. This came up during the joint hearing, and also came up subsequent to that. You heard it in public comment as well. Former Councilor Murphy had brought it up. I went and pursued this talk with Aidan Maynard, former chair, maybe still chair of the Energy and Sustainability Committee, and also an energy consultant. I spoke with, I've forgotten Chris's last name, the guy who builds the small accessory units. The one for my sister. Thank you. As well, about the feasibility of creating a house that could be sustained without fossil fuel. They both said that it is eminently doable, particularly when you conform to the stretch code, which they are obliged to do anyway. So, but Alan, can you speak? I know that you reviewed the proposal. I think one of the planning board members expressed concern because of Councilor Murphy referred to it in Brookline. It was rejected out of hand when they tried to embed it in their zoning, and saying that its proper place is in the building codes. Our approach is different, or is it?
Thank you, Councilor Dwight, and good evening to all of the councilors. councilors. The Brookline provision, first of all, was reviewed and rejected by the Attorney General. It was not a court. For those of you who don't know, town bylaws become effective only after they've been reviewed and approved by the Attorney General. City ordinances are not subject to that review, and so the Attorney General's review is not binding on us. The review that the Attorney General did on the Brookline bylaw had to do with a much more far-reaching and elaborate scheme to regulate the use of fossil fuels in the city. It applied to all major commercial structures, and it set up a review board, and it was much more elaborate than what we're doing here. And the Attorney General focused more on the supply and the alternatives than on what we're doing here, which is incentivizing smaller two families. If you want to use fossil fuels, you're going to use it on a smaller two family, but on a larger two family, you're going to have to go to non-fossil fuels. My position on this, and I won't tell the council that it's not a close call. It is a close call, and because anytime you do innovative zoning, it's subject to challenge, and this is innovative zoning. But the Attorney General recognized that sustainability is a proper focus for zoning, but struck down the way Brookline did it. Here, we don't have to allow two families by right at all. That's not something we have to do. And so it's my position, and a position that has never been ruled on by a court, and there are very few decisions on this aspect of zoning. It's my position that that we have the right to determine the terms upon which we will allow two families as of right over 2,000 square feet in size. And that's the focus. There is no state policy on the conditions upon which all cities and towns must allow two-family residences. Not every city or town even allows two-family residences. So we are allowing something that we're not necessarily required to allow, and we're conditioning it on a certain form of energy to heat it. I'm not here to comment on the wisdom of any of this. I'm just saying that a strong argument can be made that the focus here is on the state policy, is not on the state policy of how energy is delivered or how systems are constructed and installed in dwellings. The policy here is focused on whether we allow two families in all districts or not.
Thank you. And Carolyn, I'm going to ask you a loaded question here. That one, my typical, I know what the answer is, but it seems to me that by making this fossil fuel free alliterative restriction, we also actually incentivize smaller structures in some respects, because
that's true.
The efficacy of these of mini split air source heat pumps, which are just one example. There are other sources of energy. There are other ways of heating and cooling a home, but they tend to be in the higher price range. More accessible would be air source heat pumps. But if you have a smaller envelope, it's much easier to manage and control and maintain the supporting heating system. Now, you heard Councilor Murphy say that, describe the potential for people freezing to death, or the fact that the potential, because there's no redundancy in it. But by and large, I'm pretty sure, one, we don't require it, and second of all, there are not a lot of other homes who are using fossil fuels have that redundancy either. If their oil system goes out, there's no heat. And so the leading loaded question is, do we think that this type of incentive, while also conforming to our goals, does it actually threaten the viability and prospects of more two-family home development, even though we are facilitating it.
I haven't studied this, so I have no idea. And just as Carolyn said earlier, I have no crystal ball as to what developers are going to want to do in the face of this requirement. And I'm not here to speak to the wisdom of it. All I can tell you is that the ordinance as proposed at this moment would allow any builder to build using fossil fuel based heating systems by keeping it under 2,000 square feet. And to the extent that any builder is wedded to traditional fossil fuels, he or she can build smaller units. And to that extent, it incentivizes the construction of smaller units. That might be a good policy. It might not be a good policy. I know that there are those in the city who very much want to see smaller units that would be more affordable. And I think that to the extent that we are allowing fossil fuel generated heat in those units, it perhaps will incentivize. I'm neither a builder nor do I have a crystal ball, so I really don't know the answer to your question, Counselor.
Thank you. Well, let me address it to Carolyn then. Carolyn, what are your thoughts on this as far as that goes?
Well, a couple things. One is we're already seeing a lot of new construction with these, air source heat pumps. And as you said, when you're building brand new construction to the stretch code, the fact that these structures are much tighter and don't really require as much energy output to heat means that even if you had a backup resistance heat system, it's not going to take a lot to heat that space. And I think that's how some builders now are accommodating a concern about the backup heat, but the building envelope is so tight because of the insulation and the stretch code requirements for that. The other thing is, we outside of URB and URC, any two family is going to trigger site plan, so it will require this as for the heating system, the heating system only, not any other piece, not water, not any kind of load to the unit. But also new equipment these days all come with computer panels that function the furnace. If you have an oil furnace or a gas furnace, it has some electrical panel that comes with it. So if you're out of power and you have a gas furnace, it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to turn that gas furnace on because it needs electricity just to, get it going anyway. So I think all of us are going to be, have problems no matter what kind of heat source, unless you have a wood stove or a pellet stove or something. So I think that, and just based on the fact that there are builders now that are just including these systems, I don't think it's going to necessarily restrict the development of new two families.
What I'm actually asking is, without expressly saying it in the zoning that we're proposing, it actually is a built-in incentive not to go McMansion, but to go to actually be more restrained in whatever system you develop, because the most practical way to do that is.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, thank you. So
Well, again, I'll go back to the crystal ball thing that I don't have. But yes, that's a probably a valid theory. And again, sort of just to clarify, if you go smaller and to avoid, I think, which is what Solicitor Sewell was suggesting, in the URB and URC district, if you build less than 2,000 square feet, then you avoid the site plan, and therefore you could put a gas furnace in. But at that point, you're such a small unit anyway, it might not make sense to put in a system like that. So yeah, I think you could there are probably a lot of ways to look at it and to parse it. So
it's also worth noting that there's still a standing moratorium for gas development systems, so that even if you wanted to, you couldn't. So
there's always propane and oil.
That's true. That is true. Thank you.
Councilor Jarrett.
I could just give a note. I've also done some research, spoke with Aidan Maynard and from folks at Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnerships. And, I think the consensus is that for a smaller dwelling, the installation cost of heat pump units is less than a fossil fuel-based system. And there are also whole house heat pumps, and those are getting significant rebates from the Mass Clean Energy Center. And the only place that the technology is not mature enough is with very large buildings, consisting of 100 units. So I've spoken with several people. I have more calls out to installers, and so I feel comfortable moving this forward in the first reading, and we'll be talking with more people between the second. But it seems like it's very doable, is the impression I'm getting.
Thank you for doing that research. Councilors. Other questions? Councilor Nash. Wait, before Councilor Nash gets his whatever bite of the apple, anyone else have questions?
Councilor Maori.
Oh, yes. Good night. Good night, honey.
Oh, I can't see you, Councilor Mary. Where'd you go? Sorry.
Good night, sweetie.
Sorry. Things happening all at once. I just had a couple of, just follow up. I've had the opportunity to have a thorough look at this through our process with legislative matters, but there's a few kind of concerns residents have brought up to me, and I wanted to share them. One thing was a question actually about, I know you've mentioned, Carolyn, the median size of houses in Northampton, but do you happen to know the average size? Because that might actually be a slightly different picture. So the median, let's see, I have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we did go, I don't have the median, I don't have the mean or the average for a single family home. But, we have several examples of very large single family homes. So I think we felt that taking the median was more appropriate to sort of cut out the 12,000, 8,000, 10,000 square foot single family homes from, sort of from that equation. So I don't have the average. It's certainly something that we could get for you before the second reading, if you felt that was important.
I would just be interested to see the difference. So the median was 1,700 square feet, right? Mm-hmm. And 8 and 12 Warner Street, for example, in Bay State, the one that the residents were upset about are upset about is 1,800, so about 100 mm-hmm. square feet difference. I would like to see that. That would be great. Thank you. And another concern was the definition of the lot line, the setback, in 20.165. Let's get up my notes here. So, right, I'm sorry, yes. So this is applicable, the lot dimension requirements. They're not applicable to 2 single family dwellings, correct?
What the proposal is that a second unit wouldn't require additional lot area to meet the minimum lot size. So for a single family or a 2 family, it's the same minimum lot size. It's also the same minimum open space requirement. and the same setbacks. So those haven't changed. So it mirrors what's currently allowed with an accessory dwelling unit. So
I guess
right now, there's,
right.
yeah.
Continues. No, continue, Carolyn.
No, I was just gonna say, so right now, if you were to do an accessory dwelling unit, it's the same minimum, it's the same lot size as for a single family and the same open space, same setbacks.
Right. I guess the concern was just about the language and whether, you know, there was maybe an opportunity for a developer to kind of say that the zero lot line, you know, was available for all uses as opposed to, you know, if we added something to the language about not being applicable, you know, to
yeah,
single family.
right. So, yep, that did come up in the public hearing.
Right.
And the, you know, there's a specific definition of what zero lot line single family is, and it's for a single unit developed with a smaller side setback. So I think we feel it's clear in the definition of what that specific development pattern is. And again, that's only allowed in two districts in the city, URB and URC.
And this wouldn't change that. Right.
Right.
Okay. Okay. I might, I'm glad we're having a second reading so I can explore that answer a little more. Thank you, Carolyn.
Carolyn, can I piggyback on Councilor Mayori's question about median size or average size? And I apologize for not asking you this before the meeting so that you could look it up, but I'm curious what the median or the average size of a new construction is in Northampton. So let's say built in the last 10 or 20 years for a single family. So like maybe not, I mean, I guess if it was a median, maybe, you know, you'd include the ADUs, but my sense is that the homes that are single family homes that are being built in the last 10, 15 years are larger than say 1,800 square feet generally. And I could be wrong, but that's my guess. So I feel like that kind of goes to the question about if we don't allow two family or two units, are you more likely to see a tear down of the existing unit and a much larger house being built in that space as opposed to two separate units?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have the data about, let's say, if we pick a window, 10 years. Again, I'd be happy to see if we can find that for the second reading. I don't, I think demolition, there are some old houses that that need a lot of work. And I think that the question of demolition is obviously part of someone's evaluation, economic evaluation about what would work on the site. So I don't know if the size necessarily would, the size of what you could build would necessarily direct you in one way or the other. But I can certainly get you the information about, or try to see if we can glean that from the data that we have.
Okay. Any other? Oh, I'm going to go to Councilor Nash, then I'll go to Councilor Dwight. It's Councilor Jarrett. Was that like, were you thinking about it? Okay.
I've got a question at some point.
Okay.
All right.
Councilor Nash, Councilor Dwight, Councilor Jarrett.
I'm ready. I can wait, Council President. I'm not really fond of apples, actually. So, Carolyn, in terms of incentives, especially in the URs for building up to the street, is there something we could include? Is there some sort of amendment change that could incentivize that? I mean, you know, back from our zoning revisions day, we talked about the missing teeth, and that that the best way for urban development is to have housing built upon, you know, close to the street to build that neighborhood feel, rather than you know, than having housing that stretches away from the roadway and creates almost like a private enclave feeling. I'm wondering if we could consider something like that, or had you thought of something like that?
Well, in the design standards for two-family, there is a build-to zone, so a minimum location, sort of area to build for those for the URA, B, and C districts, and it's to get at that, so that, you know, if there is a lot on this in the block that hasn't been built, that it would be built with a comparable setback to what possibly is on that block face based on sort of those existing conditions. So that is built into the table in the in this 120.166 is a table, and that's what that build to zone refers to, is sort of making sure that those structures are closer to the street. So in the outlying areas, the patterns are very different. So the same wouldn't be applicable.
Thank you. I'll do a little more review of that prior to second reading. Thank you.
Councillor Dwight.
We're easily confused. I understand. Actually, the irony, to follow up on Councilor Nash's point, was that many of the people on Warner Street, their objection was to houses that were built precisely that way, up closer to the street instead of set further back on the lot. And I'm just going to speak anecdotally, but because that's my only point of reference. But for instance, just 4 doors down from me over here, that we lost a 5-unit apartment that was affordable housing. It was, in fact, actually, many of the residents were all of one family and multiple extended family members living in the units. The house was bought for a substantial amount of money because of its appeal, its proximity to downtown, and so on. And it was torn down, and a second home was built, basically, not even a primary residence, but a large property that I'm not going to judge one way or the other. My only point is lamenting the loss of 5 affordable rental units in the town center, because there was there was less opportunity and less options for people to buy in Northampton, as we noted. If we expand those options, hopefully we reduce the pressures on losing rental and affordable stock in our neighborhoods that are particularly close to denser centers, as Councilor Nash is referring to. That our objective is to reduce impacts and trying to provide services that go out far beyond the town center. So the objective here is and as Carolyn noted, it's one leg of a table here, of 4 tables that will actually, in its toto, will create more affordable and then also more affordable opportunities, but also create more opportunities for people who are on the middle or even close to the upper range. We've heard this proposal being objected to, people using terms like McMansions, which are wholly inappropriate given the size type that we're talking. At least all the standards by which I've understood McMansions to exist. None of these things would look anything like a McMansion in anyone else's reasonable assessment. So every time we propose and change zoning, principally with the overall objective is to increase opportunity and affordability, it is always met with resistance, principally because of the way people feel that it jeopardizes their specific neighborhood, how it would change the character, which is a really amorphous term. It all depends on who's defining what the character is. And unfortunately, usually the arguments put up against it have nothing to do with the issue of character. They all sorts of other things come up, like green screening, runoff, parking, traffic, those things that actually never pan out as a problem. But what the real resistance to is just not being able to control and manage your territory surrounding you. And these are always difficult fights. And I have to say that this conversation has not been a fight. It's actually been a very thoughtful, deliberative process and discussion. There have been people opposing on very principled terms, but at the same time, it didn't really apply to the issue at hand, what we're discussing here. So I'm grateful for Carolyn in particular, and Wayne's patience on this, and also all the committee members and all the people who participated. But I'm ready to move on these personally.
Councilor Mayari.
I'm having very unstable internet, so if I get lost, I'll be back. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of, I guess I wanted to honor the work that residents have put in, especially in Bay State, and their kind of love and concern for their community. And I really thought about all the comments, and I see their passion and their stress and their concern. And I don't think that what they're concerned about can actually be solved by what we're doing here in this package of ordinance, how we look at it and what we do to it. So I just wanted to say I hear them, and I know that Mr. Hansel's on the call, and I'm just hoping, I know there's like 4 to 6 more units potentially being built by Mr. Hansel in that area. And I really wish for some sort of, I'm hoping that everyone, Mr. Hansel and has heard the comments, and the Bay Staters have heard what we're doing here. And I guess I always kind of wish for some sort of mediation or coming together as a community. I know the planning board are representatives from the community, and we're representatives from the community, but I feel like sometimes it really doesn't scratch the itch of issues, and that they're brought here and they're brought to the planning board, and perhaps there's some sort of venue or way, or kind of just zoning 101 kind of outreach we could be doing to make it a little easier. I understand there's going to be growing pains and there's going to be disagreement, but I do wonder if there isn't further things we could do for concerned residents around these changes. That's a bit rhetorical, so I'm not putting that to anyone. I want to tell you what I'm thinking about.
Councilor Jarrett, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Councilor Maori. I also feel this frustration about kind of the limitations of what we're able to do in zoning. We can't regulate single family homes by the state in many ways, but also we can't regulate the issue of wealth inequality. And I'm going to use one of Councilor Dwight's favorite words, grotesque, which I will say, I think, when I think about, a single 5,700 square foot single homes going in, replacing affordable housing, then that naturally affordable housing, then I'll go ahead and use that word. But we also don't have many abilities to regulate this, but we can provide incentives, and I think that's what we're trying to do. Going back to some questions, if we could go back to in 20.166, fossil fuel free. Carolyn, you and I talked about the specific language of this and how it's different in the half scale proposal and in the affordable housing proposal. We use words like on site, a half scale and affordable housing proposal. It's much more broad. It applies to heating, cooling, water heating. And in this case, we're restricting it to heating, but I just wanted to also also clarify that heating just means space heating. And does that need to be clear? Does it need to be space heating? Does it need to say on-site fossil fuel free from, because just because you're using electricity does not mean that the what's used to generate that electricity is fossil fuel free. So there's, I think that will increase, the amount of renewables in our grid mix. But so if you could just speak to that.
Sure. So I think the way the language is in this package, it is slightly different than the other two that are coming forward, to public hearing on Monday. And in this case, we're saying it's the new heating system. So it's just the actual infrastructure that's going into that space. So that means it's on site. And it is for the space heating. It's not meant for, water or any other, if there's a gas stove or something like some other kind of element in the house. And the reason for that is some of these will be expansions of a single family home or a division of a single family home. And so there might already be gas to the structure. There might already be a gas furnace that has enough capacity to then be used in that space that's either further divided or potentially added on to an existing home. So I think there are other scenarios that we want to make sure we're accommodating that may be different from brand new construction, for example, in the affordable housing zoning that you're going to see, or brand new construction of units that will mean that everything is coming new to the site versus in this scenario where there might be minor additions or modifications to an existing structure. So we don't want to create too much of a burden. So that's why it's just for the heating infrastructure that's in that space. And yes, we know that currently there's only a small percentage of the electricity that's coming in from the grid that's renewable. But like you said, over time, that will change. And what we want to make sure of is that for anyone who's investing in a new piece of equipment that's serving a unit, that it's not an investment in sort of old fuel systems, because those last a long time. So we think it's important not to put something, that's an oil furnace or right now maybe propane instead of natural gas in now, which has a lifespan that'll go beyond the time at which the grid is, shifting more and more to renewable electric, sorry.
Right. And so you don't think the language needs to change at all in that? I think it's it's clear that.
I think it's clear, but if that I've looked at it a number of times. So if it's not clear to any of you all, I don't have a problem with, putting something in that says this is for, space only and does not include water or any other element. That's fine too. I wouldn't say that it's necessary, but again, that's from me looking at it for a really long time. So if you feel otherwise, it's fine.
Yeah, well, we can
Point of order.
think about it in the next couple of weeks.
Point of order is that of course we're also now talking about ordinances that are not currently on the agenda for deliberation, and I want to be careful about that. That's all. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just comparing it to some other ordinances. It seemed relevant because it was about a particular thing. But so I also one of the questions I've been getting from constituents is, can our electric grid handle the increased load of these electric systems? So I talked with an engineer at ISO New England, who's the regional nonprofit that's responsible for the electric grid planning and the design for New England. And they're expecting widespread electrification as part of meeting these clean energy goals. And they don't have any concerns in the short term. And peak energy demand is often in the summertime, and we have underutilized capacity in the wintertime. And in the wintertime is when the heat pump load is the greatest. So it's actually complements at present. So Carolyn, another question, if we could go to what you talked about the tree. So this is section 4C of 20.166. Which is for every tree over 3 inches in caliper removed for construction, a replacement shade tree of at least 1 inch caliper must be planted on the property. And there were some questions about, if the significant tree ordinance also applies, which it would if the site plan review is triggered. And so it seems clear that actually both would apply. So you would have to either replant or pay into a fund if you're removing a tree more than 20 inches in diameter at breast height. And then you would also have to plant these 1 inch trees to replace those. And the concern you mentioned though before was, well, what happens if you can't fit the 1 inch trees within the footprint of the project, and there isn't any sort of dollar mitigation options. There are examples where you might have a whole bunch of trees that kind of just grew wild along a fence line, or that there could be 20, 30, 3 inch trees that you might need to remove in some way, and then have to find places to put the 1 inch. So just wanting to make sure there's some flexibility that people will have to plant some replacements, but won't be stuck not doing a project because they'll plant all their 1 inch trees really close together when they'll all die. Something reverse incentive like that.
Yeah. So I think that's a really good point. I guess a couple things. One is there are often times where there are sort of alternative ways to meet a standard, or a potential for the planning board to waive a standard. And then two, the goal isn't to add a lot of burden to a new regulation, because that counters the flexibility and the options that we're trying to provide within underlying zoning. So I think it's a good point. I do have some suggested language that could be added to that section in the screening. This is the last paragraph under screening, that could state that the planning board could waive the total number of required trees to be planted if the planning board finds that it's infeasible to replace all the trees when at least one 1 inch tree is planted, and it's shown that other alternatives such as ornamental trees can't be planted, and the planting and spacing requirements of those trees would be hindered by constraints of the lot in combination with the other planned uses that someone has on that lot. So if they wanted to put a patio or a deck or something, and couldn't possibly fit all those trees in, that would allow the planning board to evaluate that and say, well, you took down 5 trees and you can't replace 5 trees on the property, so replace at least 1 or 2, and we understand that the rest really are infeasible. So we want to balance, the benefit of having an extra unit with trying to address the fact that maybe several trees have come down on the property. That would be something different. That's not, it's a different calculus than what's required under the tree replacement requirements now that have a particular calculation for the removal of 20 inches or greater trees. So and it really should be a separate calculation because that was adopted under specific parameters about mature, sort of majestic trees that has a whole different set of standards. So I'd be happy to, I did forward the language to Laura Kretzler tonight just as an option, but obviously you have a couple of weeks before your second reading, so you can take a look at that and see if that makes sense. But I agree that having a relief valve for people who really can't have both the new unit and replace trees that they may have taken down makes sense.
And finally, about this issue, there's no look back provision like there is with the significant tree ordinance. So conceivably, someone could cut down all the trees that they want and then apply for a permit and not have to do any replanting. And so that's just a concern for me.
Yep. Yes, we do have the look back provision for the mature, sort of more significant trees that have been identified by City Council as 20 inches and greater. I think, again, it's sort of balancing and comparing what we require for people who are just building a single family home. So, or people who aren't doing anything on their property, maybe they just want to clear their whole backyard and put in a swimming pool. We don't have replacement requirements for that or any other kinds of activities that people might do on their house lot now. So I think, again, we want to try to address and encourage landscaping and trees, but not create a burden that's unique to adding a second unit to a property that's different from how we treat people who have single family homes and have sort of unfettered use of their property to do with what they will.
Okay. Counselors. Anyone other than Counselor Nash?
Oh, come on.
Okay, Counselor Nash, it's your turn.
Yeah, I just want to say, that I've had my questions answered. Thank you, Carolyn. And I'm sure I'll have more, but you addressed my list tonight. And that I am interested in, hearing. Yeah, my ward does not feature RR or watershed protection or those outer zoning areas, and I am interested in hearing from those counselors and the people in those areas as to how they picture these things might impact them. I do need to, I myself need to do some outreach in terms with my constituents around the additional single family home that I want to make sure that they're well aware. As my rule of thumb is I'd rather have people angry at me while I'm standing by their front door rather than at the podium in city council. So that I want to make sure that people are aware of that before I vote on this measure in 2 weeks. So yes, I heard a number of counselors mentioning we're going to use that, or the second reading rule wisely here, and this is a great example of how it can be really helpful for us to do our work. And so anyway, Carolyn, thank you for answering those questions. And I'm done taking bites at the apple, Counselor Shara.
Oh, but Counselor Jarrett is not. Counselor Jarrett.
I just wanted to clarify, Counselor Nash, because you're talking about a second dwelling unit, and in the URB and URC zones, a second detached unit. In those two zones, that's already permitted. So this doesn't change that as far as I'm aware. It's only in those outlying zones that you would be that there would be a new ability to add a second detached unit greater than 900 square feet. Is that correct, Carolyn?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Councilor Nash.
Yeah, but currently, within URC and URB, you cannot have a second two-family or second single-family structure that is over 900 square feet of living space, correct?
In you can. Two families allowed by right in URB and URC.
But the single family, an additional single family structure on a property that currently has one house, putting an
It's
additional.
allowed by site plan. It is currently allowed by site plan.
Thank you.
Councilor Labarge. You're muted, Councilor Labarge. Still muted. You're muted. There you go.
I got it. Carolyn, I want to thank you. I mean, zoning has always been critical, no matter what ward it is. And I think you have explained it very, very thoroughly. I think with the joint meeting of planning and legislative matters, I think that was an excellent public hearing. And also it went back to legislative matters. It can be very, very confusing. And especially new counselors coming in also. It took me a while, but you learn. And I think this ordinance here is an excellent ordinance when you're talking about what we are going to be doing to let people be able to have a home and to live in a price that is a very good price. And they can't get that right now. If you look in my ward, in Ward 6, yes, I have areas of smaller homes. And then I have homes that are just built about 1.5 years ago at 2.5 million. And I have one right now on Florence Road at 1.9 million. And this, I'm so happy about this. I have Habitat coming in on Pertsbert Road. I talked with Megan today from Habitat, and we have homes going there. And then we have Emerson Way bringing the affordable housing, which way back we put into a development. And Councilor Dwight, you were involved with us with that one. It was exactly the development that we had at the ice pond. And Doug Cole worked with us. Beautiful development with affordable housing. So that's taken out of that development, but coming now down to Pertsbert Road. So I'm very happy about this ordinance, and I want to thank the Planning Board, Legislative Matters for having the hearings. I think it's a great asset to the wards in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Labarge.
Welcome.
Councilor Jarrett.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also really happy about this ordinance, and I think most of the reasons have been talked about. And I did want to talk about one more thing, which was the issue of that Carolyn touched on, was talked about in the hearing, having a limit on the size of second units, and the concern of, will we see a lot of large, expensive homes that are double detached, and not a lot of smaller, more affordable units. And we can look at, like, presently you can build a second unit of any size in the URB and URC zones, and we're not seeing a lot of very large second units. Some two families that have recently been built are 1,320 square feet, around 1,700 square feet. And that's for each one. So I want to keep thinking about it, but I'm just not sure that limiting the size of the second unit would have a desired effect, given that it's not having that effect. Or I mean, there isn't a restriction right now in the more central zones. So something I'd love to hear if any other counselors have thoughts on, and also we can, think about it over the next 2 weeks as well.
Councillor Foster.
When I was running for council, one of the things that I heard most about was people's concern about the need for additional affordable housing in Northampton. It is something that's very much top of mind for people, and I am glad to see an ordinance promoting or making it easier for multifamily homes, to be built or added onto and made to happen. Most of the questions I had were answered through the hearings, so I appreciate that. Councillor Jarrett, to your point, and I'm thinking out loud, which is always hard to do in a public meeting, but to your point about limiting the size of a second unit, I think partly it's the demographic I'm in with many families with children, but families are looking for housing too, and it's hard to come by. And so if we think about, I don't know what cap we would, consider or what the, what the real benefit would be, because just as there are people singles or couples looking for housing, there are also families with multiple children who are seeking housing in Northampton and would want to move into Northampton. And so in that way, units that can accommodate families with multiple children would also be really valuable as a piece of this. And so just something to consider as we think about, potential unintended consequences or intended consequences of zoning regulations.
Thank you, Councillor Foster. That's an excellent point. I mean, that is one of the areas that we need housing the most. And it was one of the really beautiful things about the Lumberyard project is that that is family housing and affordable family housing, and that is severely lacking. So I applaud you bringing it up, and I think that is a really important area that we need to try and grow here. And I join you in hoping that this will create some of that. Okay. All right. If there are no further questions or comments, then these have been moved as a group. Councillor Dwight, were you getting ready? Were you gonna say something?
Well, no, I was going to ask, Carolyn, of course, was going to speak to the one item that they requested we remove. And I think since we're voting on this as a package and I've neglected in my motion to remove that one item, I would like Carolyn to at least speak to the issue.
Sure. So initially, as this was introduced, there was a provision that would allow slightly larger two families to go through without site plan. And so it required an amendment to the site plan section itself, subsection 11. And given that through public comment and concerns both about the regulating fossil fuel-free systems, as well as this concern about size and what size might be, what incentive or disincentive there might be given to size, we've eliminated that distinction of allowing some two families that are slightly larger to go through without site plan. So that, I think it's 169.
169.
Yeah. is the element, was the ordinance numbered that related to site plan review. So since that has since been recommended to be taken off the table, then that would mean you would vote to not adopt that one.
So
If you
what I will
chose,
do is,
so chose.
right, I'm going to amend my original motion, which is to move the package with the exception of item 20.169, which we should vote on separately, but to remove from the package this vote.
I'll second, since I was the person who also seconded the first time.
First, second.
The second. Well done.
Okay. So is there any further discussion on this package minus 20.169? Okay. Councilor Foster.
I had to come in under the wire at the very last minute, but I was glad you brought up the lumberyard, and just something that really struck me just in reading news reports about that and about family housing was the sense from many people who moved in of really feeling like Northampton was the community that they wanted to move to, and that they were just so grateful for that housing to be there. And I just was glad you brought it up, and that's been on my mind throughout this process. And hope that these changes may provide more opportunities like that.
Thank you. Councilor Dwight.
Actually, thank you, by the way, Karen. You were brilliant on the points that you raised. And I just think it's worth noting that the lumberyard project did not go up without pain. There was a lot of people who espoused the very principles that you described, the desire for more expanded affordable housing, particularly for families. But then there was the argument it wasn't right for the neighborhood. It was a detriment to the character of the neighborhood. There were all sorts of resistance points. It was a long, tough slog. So I have found that a lot of people speak in favor of these things in principle, but when in actuality, when the practice starts to be implemented, there is invariably, I think without exception, resistance. And it's not only just affordable housing. So that informs every conversation we have, and I think I just had to name it, that's all.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor Labarge. We were so close. Councilor Labarge, then Councilor Nash.
Okay. I want to thank Councilor Bill Dwight. He's absolutely correct about the lumber house project. Even on my ward, I had some people who did not want that to be put up. And the reasons that Councilor Dwight was talking about was what some of my residents were talking about. And it was not nice. So I'm proud of it. I think it's great. And anything to do with affordable housing, I will always support that. So Councilor Dwight, thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you, Councilor Nash.
Yeah, I just went just to endorse my neighbors here, both at the lumberyard and the neighbors who for that project stood up and supported it. There was a lot of support for that project. There was some pushback, but by and large, people supported it, and people still do. We have some great neighbors over there. And I just want to say, in terms of infill in general, when it actually happens, people move in and you're going to like them. You know, the initial change can be difficult, but the new neighbors that you get, they're your neighbors, and a lot of times they end up being really great. So on that note, I'm done deliberating.
Okay. Yes, change can be hard, but we are also very privileged to live here, and others should also have the opportunity to live in this community. Seeing no further hands, Laura, roll call please on the package minus 20.169.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Counselor Dwight?
I'm not sure what the process is on this to basically, we
Think
could
Laura
vote
knows.
it down. We could introduce 20.169 and then vote it down. That would for sure
Laura
put a
has
nail
an
in it.
idea.
What's your
Laura
idea,
has an
Laura?
idea and I trust her with.
According to the council rules, at the written request of a sponsor, any matter may be withdrawn and no vote is required. And we have received a written request from the sponsor to withdraw 20.169.
Brava.
Excellent. Then it is done. All right. Next, I said we would go to 16. Since Carolyn's here. So this is 20.182, an ordinance relative to demolition review for historically significant buildings. This
That's Sarah.
and Sarah. Hi, Sarah. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narcoitz and Planning and Sustainability. An ordinance of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts, providing the Code of Ordinance, City of Northampton, Chapter 165, demolition be amended to remove committee appointment language, which is located in the Administrative Code, and eliminate inconsistencies regarding ordinance applicability. An ordinance of the City of Northampton, Massachusetts, be ordained by the City Council of the City of Northampton. City Council assembled as followed. Amend the text with the additions, modifications, and deletions shown below. Modify existing ordinance subsection numbering to accommodate amendments. So section 161-6 administration. We are striking A with the adoption of this chapter, section 22-30 of the city's code of ordinance specifying how appointments are made to the Northampton Historical Commission has been amended. The amendment states that as terms of current members expire, the mayor will appoint a representative from the Chamber of Commerce, followed by an architect, followed by a representative from the real estate or construction industry. Section 22-30 adopted April 19th, 1973 for more detail. Going to B, the commission, this language states the commission may adopt such rules and regulations as are necessary to administer the terms of this chapter. The Office of Planning and Changing Development to Sustainability is authorized to adopt a schedule of reasonable fees to cover the costs associated with administration of this chapter. C, the commission may delegate authority to make initial determinations of significance to one or more members of the commission or a municipal employee. And D will be struck, which is the commission shall create an inventory of significant buildings and structures built during the period of 1901 to 1939 that will be subject to this chapter within a 2-year period from the date of the ordinance adoption. The commission may also proactively develop other lists of significant buildings or structures that may be subject to this chapter. Building or structures proposed for the significant list of buildings and or structures shall be added only following a public hearing.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councillor Quinlan, seconded by Councillor Labarge. And Sarah is here. Oh, sorry, Sarah. There you go. Hi.
Hello. So this slate of changes is pretty straightforward on its own. I know a lot of things, a lot of other semi-related things regarding the demolition ordinance came up in legislative matters, and I'm happy to talk about those. But these particular changes are basically just a cleanup. The administration piece all belongs in the administrative code with the current city charter. So that's just wiping that section A and moving it back to where it belongs, changing planning and development to planning and sustainability, the current name of the department, and then removing section D. When the demolition ordinance was first passed, it only applied to buildings that were built through 1900. Since that date, the City Council and Historical Commission have moved that to 1945. So this last piece is no longer relevant. And that's the quick summary of these changes, pretty straightforward.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions? Okay. I don't see any. So if there are no questions or comments, then we can move to a roll call, Laura.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Counselor Maori.
Yep.
Counselor Nash.
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan.
Yes.
Counselor Shara.
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Counselor Foster.
Yes.
And Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. Thanks so much, Sarah. Oh, Counselor Jarrett.
We have a recess?
Sure. Thanks, Sarah. Yes, how about 7-minute recess?
Yeah.
Okay. So, see you back soon. Okay, we will scoot back up on the agenda to where we left off before, which brings us to the consent agenda. I will read the two items and then ask if there are any removals because there's no discussion on the consent agenda. So we have the minutes of February 4th, 2021 and 21.206, appointment of David Whitehill to the planning board for, this is for referral to city services. David Whitehill to a full member at 60 Washington Avenue, term March 2021 to June 2022 to fill the term of resigned full member Alan Verson. Any removals?
Move the consent agenda, please.
Second.
First one made by Councilor Dwight, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Roll call, please, Laura, on the consent agenda.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
and Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay. That little gremlin seemed to have resolved itself. I don't hear it anymore. Okay, consent agenda has passed, and we will now recess for finance. Laura, roll call on finance when you are ready.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Here.
Counselor Shara,
Here.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Here.
Okay. First up is approval of minutes from February 4th, 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion been made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Any discussion on these minutes? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, those are approved. And financial orders 21.202, in order to authorize acceptance of gifts of labor and materials for sidewalk repair or replacement. I will read it, then we'll put it on the floor. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narkowitz and Department of Public Works. Whereas property owners in the city are responsible for certain maintenance of sidewalks and driveway aprons within the public way, whereas property owners often desire to perform or have performed significant maintenance, repair, or replacement of such sidewalks as part of driveway replacement or otherwise, and whereas heretofore the Massachusetts Department of Labor Standards has opined that such work within the public way performed on behalf of a property owner implicated the requirement to pay prevailing wages, and depending upon the extent of the work and the cost thereof, the requirement to follow other requirements of applicable procurement laws, including solicitation of bids for such work, and whereas the Department of Labor Standards has revised that opinion, and such work may now be performed on behalf of the property owner without regard to such procurement laws, and whereas the materials required to maintain, repair, or replace the sidewalks in the public way constitute a gift to the city of tangible personal property that require acceptance by vote of the city council, and whereas the public interest would be served by allowing the Department of Public Works to accept such gifts without further order of the city council, provided that prior to performance of such work, the proposal is reviewed and approved by the Department of Public Works. Ordered that, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A and a half, City Council hereby authorizes the Department of Public Works to accept any and all gifts from property owners of labor and materials for the maintenance, repair, and replacement of sidewalks within the layout of the public way abutting the property of such property owner subject to such review and the issuance of such approvals and/or permits as the Department of Public Works may, from time to time, establish by departmental regulation.
Move a positive recommendation, please.
Second it.
It's been made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Labarge, and Mayor Narkowitz is here this evening to talk to us.
I think the resolution itself kind of captures the history of this. This has been a longstanding issue where frequently, we have a resident that might be doing, repairs to their driveway or might be doing repairs to their walkway on their own property, and ask if they can make some repairs to the city's sidewalks that are adjacent. And because of that longstanding Department of Labor Services ruling, it has made it not possible to do, at least in accordance with the interpretation of procurement and prevailing wage laws. So as the resolution points out, there was recently a revision to that our chief procurement officer alerted us to. And in thinking about the best vehicle for allowing these kinds of things to happen, it felt like bringing forward this order. And because these tend to be generally smallish projects, that just allowing the DPW to be sort of the gatekeeper for, making sure that the work is done properly and done in accordance with, all other standards. But basically allowing them to accept these basically gifts of materials and labor. The same would apply if there was a business that wanted to, was doing some work on its property and wanted to fix a sidewalk, adjacent to it. They would literally have to, the contractor would have to be a prevailing wage contractor. Depending on the size of the project, it would have to go out to bid, et cetera. So it just kind of complicated the process. So this ordinance, or this order rather, would allow those types of gifts to happen, and sort of pre-authorizes the DPW to review and accept them.
Okay. Any questions, Councillor Quinlan?
But I think I just was thinking about this when the mayor said it, but I think didn't we approve something like this on Main Street at was it First Churches or Urban Outfitters? They were going to fix up the sidewalk there. I thought we had approved a similar type of gift, if you will.
We definitely authorized them to do work on our both our property, but then their property. But then we authorized them to do work exactly on our right of way. That's true.
Okay.
And we've done similar things in the past. There was a sidewalk in front of the Hotel Northampton. So basically, this you would have to. Anytime someone wanted to do their driveway over, and if they wanted to fix the sidewalk, we'd have to bring an order, one by one individually. So this just seems like a more efficient way to do it. So yeah, exactly.
Seems all up. Thank you.
Councillor Dwight?
Well, I have to express some discomfort with this. While I appreciate the pressures that are on individual homeowners, and even to the extent businesses like Hotel Northampton or Eric Sewer Properties, the fact is it does run counter to our expressed philosophy and resolution and in orders about how we feel it's appropriate that any work that has any affiliation with the city be done with fair wages, living wages. And so while, and I do know, I've heard from constituents who are particularly annoyed about some of the costs associated with trying to effect repairs that are basically being required. They're also upset with inspection services and fees that are charged them for resurfacing a driveway or doing a curb cut and stuff. And I can appreciate that, but the fact is this does make me feel very uncomfortable as far as it goes, as I said, to our stated commitment to maintaining work opportunities for people that pay the prevailing wage.
My response to that would be that most of the contractors are charging good prices to do this work, and actually sole contractors are actually exempt from. So if you have a small operation, like a one-person operation, they're exempt from prevailing wage, no matter whether it's a public project or a private project. So again, I don't know that we're necessarily trying to skirt prevailing wage. I think this was more the gift acceptance requirement of having to bring it to the city council as a gift. And these are generally, we're talking like one or two panels of a sidewalk, or a section of asphalt on either side of a driveway apron, repairing that. So we're not talking about major projects. So, yes, I just want to clarify, our goal was not to subvert prevailing wage. It was more about trying to expedite these gifts and the gift process.
No, and I didn't mean to imply that that was the objective here. I didn't think so. But I think, for instance, in the example that Councilor Quinlan brought up, that was a larger, more extensive project that would actually, if possible, that's the people being contracted might be paid under prevailing wage, and it's a question of proportion. And as I said, it's hard for me to reconcile. It's kind of the same conflict that came up when we did for instance, the gas station approval, which we basically had to do. But in this instance, it just gives me agita. That's all. It's not to suggest that you're trying to find a cute way to dodge that commitment at all. I do understand the initiative here, and I understand the desire. And in fact, I agree. The outcome will probably be much better and facilitate quicker and more pervasive repairs, as opposed to having something ignored. But at the same time, as I said, I'm still struggling to reconcile it here.
Yeah, and the only other thing I would point out, just to that point, is that to be a public contractor, to bid on public projects, you have to file paperwork with the Division of Labor Standards, and there's schedules and calendars, and you have to submit information about your crew, and maybe you're going to pay the prevailing wage, but and it may be that so again, you're asking a driveway contractor is just probably not going to want to do all that, not because they're not paying their workers well, but because this is a one-off quickie job, and they're going to do a little section of sidewalk, and they're going to have to register with the Department of Labor Standards, and register as if they were a Palmer Paving or like one of these big companies that bids on these jobs all the time. So anyway, that's the other piece of it, just in terms of scale. But I understand the concern.
Let me ask a quick question, then I'll go to you, Councilor Jarrett, if you don't mind. They will be reviewed and it'll be permitted by the DPW, right? Because I guess my question is, if you're talking about these sort of small jobs, what if somebody wanted to do the full length of sidewalk in front of their house? Is there a certain amount that would trigger it coming to the council for a gift acceptance? And is that just not something that the DPW would accept? Oh, sorry. Hold on. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I think it would be, that's not really what was envisioned here, that people would be doing long stretches of sidewalks. But I assume if someone wanted to for some reason, suppose somebody had an asphalt sidewalk in front of their house and they wanted to replace it with concrete, I suppose under this, they could come to the DPW and they could petition to do that, but they'd have to show that they were going to build it to the full standards of the city and ADA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I suppose hypothetically that would be allowed under this, because it doesn't set a threshold of like a dollar amount threshold. But again, that's not typically been a request that we've received. We've had some cases of people paying for speed bumps in front of their house as part of developments, like on Bridge Street, or Union Street rather. But these are typically requests that are in conjunction with some kind of project that's happening on the private property that somehow overlaps or is adjacent to private to the public way rather.
Councilor Jarrett?
Thank you. Yeah, I have some similar concerns. I mean, it sounds good. It sounds like it reduces the bureaucracy and saves us time, but it does bring up a question of equity to me. So if anyone who has funds is able to fix their own sidewalk, what does that mean for those that don't. And you, Mayor, just mentioned traffic calming, which it reminded me of, are only the individuals who can pay for traffic calming, can they jump the line and get their speed humps in their neighborhood? So that's ideally we would kind of have enough funds and would prioritize the sidewalks so that this isn't an issue, but that's not the case, and I don't really have a solution. Just wanted to point that out. And also to clarify, this will be in perpetuity until a future mayor decides to bring forward a different order. And actually one more, just in terms of, say the Cooley Dickinson Hospital, which has a huge amount of frontage, decided they wanted to redo their entire block. Would that, yeah, I guess the Department of Public Works would decide that if this order passes.
And again, this would be we couldn't control what they were doing on their own property, but this would be if they were going to take a public sidewalk and wanted to donate some repairs to it, then that would be the instance that this would be triggered. So yeah, the alternative is that all of these would be brought to the city council individually and you would review them. So that's certainly the alternative. So, and so that would be, that's the alternative. So, if you reject the ordinance, then if a homeowner wants to make a gift like that, then we would have to decide to bring it forward to the city council on a case-by-case basis.
Right, and that's not really going to be any better. So I guess the only other point would be to say, what if we did something where if you want to give a gift, you actually have to give more, so that we can then also do work on someone's property who couldn't, or on public property who couldn't afford to improve their sidewalk. That's kind of my only solution, and I'm not sure that's very feasible.
Yeah, and the issue is this is not a gift of money, which is a different section of Mass General Law. This is a gift of real property. So, typically if we get a gift of money, somebody could say, I want to, give X dollars so that you can repair the sidewalk in front of my house or whatever it is, then we would have to come to you to get a permission to actually spend it on that. So, but if someone, I don't know that we could say, gift us, whatever, 40 extra hours of your contractor's time to go fix somebody else's driveway. I just don't know that we could compel people to do that. I don't know that we get a lot of takers either. That would be a little bit complicated to schedule a contractor, and that they were also going to be doing some other property somewhere. I don't know. So that might get a little more challenging.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
So Nash.
Yeah, wouldn't the $5,000 gift rule apply here, that whoever gives a gift to the city, that they then need, Mayor, you would then need to come to us to accept the gift if it's 5,000 or more? I'm just thinking that maybe that right there sets a limit in some way.
I'm not aware of this gift limit that you're talking about. We can't accept any gifts of, we've carved out some exceptions in some specific departments and specific areas, like the schools, for example. You've authorized, the school committee, I think, to accept up to like $25,000 in real property or things like, because Smith always gives computers and gives, things like that we accept. And I know, the rec department, you've authorized them to accept gifts of property up to a certain amount. So if somebody wants to donate volleyballs or wants to donate, basketball rims or whatever, that they don't have to keep bringing them to council. So I'm not really sure about the 5,000. Any gift to the city of monetary value, I can accept we can accept the gift under Mass General Law. We just can't appropriate it and spend it without the council's approval. So, so that's, I'm not really sure about the five. And again, we're talking about real property here, not a gift of funds.
I just thought we went through this, what triggered the whole discussion around Walmart and their gift of ammunition to the city was triggered by.
Well, that's, so there is the police department has one of those orders in effect that that they can accept gifts of real property up to $5,000. And if we go over that $5,000, and that was actually, that was originally put in place because people do donate things to the police department. Well, not ironically, but the largest ones of them being that people often donate things to teddy bears, and they have bags of things like toys and things when they encounter children at a crime scene and they want to give them to comfort. The other one is actually dog toys and dog beds and related to the animal control officer. So we do have that order in place to accept gifts of real property up to $5,000. So that was what was triggered in the infamous Walmart bullet gate.
I'm sorry I got us off track into stuffies.
What's that?
I'm sorry I got us off track into stuffed animals. So
that's okay. No, it's just it is hard because it's hard to keep the real property versus money. It's two different sections of Mass General Law and two different processes. So, but yeah, so that isn't an across the board cap. That's just that's a cap that you approved or the council approved, and different departments have different caps on them, just so that we don't have every time somebody wants to donate some kickballs to Anne Marie Moggio, she doesn't have to come to you and say, can I please accept these, $38 worth of kickballs. So, yeah. You're muted, Council President.
Thank you. Councilor Thorpe, did I see your hand?
Yes, so this gift here, technically, it's not a money gift. It's a gift to the city in the form of labor materials is what we're talking about, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Jarrett, did I see your hand?
So it sounds like in this case, there is no limit on the equivalent dollar value, but it sounds like that is a possibility to have, whether it's $20,000 or some amount above which it would then come to the council if we wanted, or if you chose to offer such an order?
That's certainly true. And I'm happy to, I think when this was being discussed, it was for these, we were thinking in the context of the types of requests that we typically get, which are very small, and they're very much related to, a driveway or a side or a walkway or something like that. We weren't thinking that somebody would just wake up one morning and say, I want to do a bunch of sidewalks, on my street. So I can certainly ask the solicitor. There's no emergency on this. I can certainly, or if you want to at least advance it to council, and I can work with the solicitor on an amendment that would speak to that, and we could put a dollar cap on it. If there's concern that we might accept, too much largesse in the form of sidewalks, we can certainly do that. We can put a cap on it. Right. I would probably ask the DPW director for like a ballpark on what a typical driveway apron, type project runs, just so we wouldn't set it so low that then we'd end up triggering all these small projects. But we could certainly look into that.
Right. I'm not sure if that's necessary or would solve any of the problems, but it's helpful to know what the range of options are. I'm curious if other counselors have a input on that.
And that was sort of my initial question was, is there something that would trigger an extra review, like a certain size of project that would add that extra layer of
Would be a dollar value, most likely would be the best, is what we've typically done, since you're accepting something of material value, and we usually get an estimate, or usually when we bring these things forward, we try to get an estimated value of what the street value would be. So that would be easy enough to do. Yeah. So if you want me to, I can withdraw and resubmit, or you can advance it, and I can bring language to amend it on. You could defer first reading, or whatever your preference is. This, we could certainly do it however you wish.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Thorpe, did I see your hand? And then Councilor Maori?
I think it might have been answered already, Councilor Sierra. I do know I was dealing with something similar to this about a month ago, and I had brought it to the attention of Attorney Seawald as well. And I do know that, in discussions, that if there was a certain project that exceeded a certain threshold, the contract can be set only after a public bidding. And so it was kind of like this, it was a little confusing, but we were dealing with something about a month ago regarding this, and one of the constituents regarding repairing of a sidewalk. So thank you.
Okay. Councilor Maori?
Yeah, I just was curious about the liability issues when others that aren't the DPW, or when someone else fixes a sidewalk as a gift. Is there liability issues for the city? How does that work?
Well, we that's why this ordinance, or order rather, has a really strict review by the DPW. So we would want to supervise, and not supervise, but we would want to really understand what the work is, and understand the materials, and probably take a look at the project. So I mean, it wouldn't. Otherwise, you can imagine the possibilities of if everyone was, coming up with their own sidewalk design or material or whatever it would be. Much like when a subdivision gets built, we know, and it's eventually going to become public property. But in this case, they're actually working on public property. So yeah, there would be a very strict review process, and the DPW would sign off on it, much like curb cuts or trench permits. If someone needs to disturb, the right of way for utilities, anything like that. So that would be the safety valve to make sure that it was being built properly and to the proper ADA and proper width and proper material. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Councilor Foster.
I remember this conversation from not that long ago over the downtown sidewalk and accepting the gift. And so this makes a lot of sense to not need to come to council for every gift of sidewalk largesse, which have me dreaming about citywide sidewalk largesse being offered. But at the same time, the idea of a cap of things that could be done just through DPW as well as things that would come to council seemed to me that in the interest of transparency, and then also, would allow us to sort of have an eye on equity, with if there were larger projects coming back. I think that makes a lot of sense, while at the same time not bogging down a homeowner who wants to fix that part where their sidewalk is meeting the driveway.
I understand that concern, and we can certainly try to come up with some kind of a dollar value that would represent what would be sort of reasonable relative to a homeowner that's doing a project and wanted to add this onto it. So we can figure that. I don't know if that's 10,000 or 20,000, or I don't know what that level is, but we can certainly find that out.
Councilor Nash.
Yeah, so first of all, I trust that the DPW is not going to approve shoddy work, so that the work that's being done is going to be up to our standards and would be a nice addition to the public way. Also, that I think we need to acknowledge that anybody who's wants to put in a sidewalk is also, entertaining shoveling snow to keep it clear, frankly, I'm kind of like, boy, if somebody wants to take that on, I think we should figure out a way to encourage that. And I don't think people are going to be looking for ways to add sidewalks so that they can shovel. But I think the overall public benefit, if we need, I think that this is a place where we should be able to figure out a way so that this can happen. And that people are not being taken advantage of. We don't want people getting standard wages while they're working on city property. I completely agree with that.
I think we're talking about existing sidewalks, not creating new sidewalks.
We are, and I also just want to mention that if you look at the operative language of the ordinance, it really specifies that it has to be abutting to that owner's property. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't envision that, Councilor Dwight in his retirement can say, I'd like to fund, brand new sidewalks on whatever, South Street or something like that. It really is very specific to, this is a public sidewalk that abuts your immediate property. So I don't think it envisions, I shouldn't have said largesse. I don't think it envisions something more expansive than that. So that would, and frankly, I'm pretty sure that if a project like that came forward, that I don't know that I think the DPW would probably want some guidance on that if someone was bringing forward a large scale gift like that. So I just want to clarify that piece of the actual order here, that it is very specific to a sidewalk that abuts the property of the owner that wants to make this gift.
Councilor Dwight.
And actually, aren't they obliged to, if they do damage to the sidewalk or in the process of, for instance, a curb cut for the driveway, that's their obligation to repair? I mean, this is that weird, this weird nebulous area where, we're talking about public property through private property and who's responsible for it and so on and so forth. Sidewalks are always tricky conversations. But it seems to me that if someone's affecting a driveway repair and in the process damages or does in some way make the existing sidewalk worse, they're required to fix that. This isn't an act of altruism. It's not a gift. Don't we mandate that they have to do that?
Most definitely, yes. No, if somebody damages the public way, if somebody damages a shade tree, if somebody damages City Field, then we have a mechanism for that. So, but again, I would just say that this not the scenario that this is envisioning. So here's a question. If we, I've been communicating a little bit with the DPW director, and she would be comfortable. She was saying that $9,500 would be a perfectly reasonable cap for something like this. So it would be easy. I don't have the ordinance. I just have to pull up the ordinance. Within the layout of the public way. So you would just have to, any and all gifts from property owners of labor and materials valued, up to $9,500. You just would have to insert that in there in the ordered that clause. And then that would basically say that the DPW could only accept these gifts if they were, valued, less than $9,500. Anything over $9,500, you'd have to bring it to the, they'd have to go through the normal gift process. So that we could certainly, if the finance committee wants to amend that, or you want to amend it at the full council, I would accept that as an amendment to this order.
Someone on finance want to make that motion?
and you may want to pick 10 grand just because it's more of a round number, just nine, whatever. So if it exceeds 10,000, then, just because 10,000 just seems like a more round number, but 9,500 is fine too.
Counselors?
So moved. At 10,000. Do I hear 10,000?
Going once, going twice?
And 10,000 is actually a nice number because it's also the threshold for bidding. Over 10,000 triggers bidding requirements. So it sort of fits nicely with that as well.
Okay. Laura, did you get that?
Yes, I just didn't get the second, or if there was one.
Councilor Thorpe.
Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion on that amendment in finance? Seeing none, Laura, can we get a roll call on that amendment?
Councilor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councilor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any further discussion as amended? Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Councilor Shara,
Yes.
Councilor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councilor Quinlan.
Yes.
Okay, that moves forward with the positive recommendation as amended, and we're up to 21.203 in order to discontinue a portion of Sherman Avenue. And this is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narkowitz and Office of Planning and Sustainability, whereas a newly constructed home at 66 Sherman Avenue was built too close to the road to meet zoning front yard setbacks, and the only path to zoning relief is the discontinuance of a 44-foot square foot sliver of the layout of Sherman Avenue as shown on the plan entitled Discontinuance Plan 66 Sherman Avenue, whereas the discontinuance of a way or a portion thereof must be in the public interest, not in the sole interest of the abutting landowner. And whereas the owner of 66 Sherman Avenue has agreed to donate $50,000 to the city's traffic mitigation fund as an offset for the effects on Sherman Avenue, with such funds being dedicated to pedestrian and traffic mitigation in the area within 1 mile of the site. And whereas under these terms, the Northampton Department of Public Works has no objection to the discontinuance of the sliver on Sherman Avenue. And whereas the donated funds will be used for traffic mitigation and pedestrian improvements under the traffic mitigation program managed by the Office of Planning and Sustainability, and order that upon the payment of a donation of $50,000, the City Council hereby discontinues that portion of Sherman Avenue as shown on Parcel A on the plan entitled Discontinuance Plan 66 Sherman Avenue. The City Council further authorizes the mayor to sign an instrument of conveyance of the discontinued portion of Sherman Avenue to such owner of 66 Sherman Avenue consistent with this order. And then there is a map that shows the sliver. Okay. Is there a motion?
Move a positive recommendation, please.
Motion made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Thorpe or Councilor Labarge. I see Wayne. Are you here to talk about the sliver?
I am, yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I think fairly straightforward. There was just an error in building the house, which made it a little bit too close to the property boundary. They're not eligible for variance. They're not eligible for any zoning relief to meet that setback. There's no problem from the city's standpoint for giving up that land, which is why DPW doesn't object to this. We're very worried about precedent value. We can't legally give up land just for private benefits. We need to show a public benefit. And frankly, from a precedent value standpoint, we want it to be high enough that it's not an easy path to do. You want your house a foot closer to the street, you just ask us for the land. So this was a negotiated agreement. The property owner has been a pleasure to deal with and totally acknowledges the house was built in the wrong place and is very happy to go forward with this. We've received the discontinuous plans today. So you saw an excerpt in the order, but we have a full set of plans that would be signed, assuming council votes. And the property owner is prepared to write the check literally the day the council does the second reading.
Okay. How often does this sort of thing happen? I don't remember another instance.
Extremely rarely.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I should add, the reason for the mile is both to show, benefit for the area where this happened, but also, you all know we're working on a Bridge Street Safe Routes to School project. And MassDOT's doing the design, MassDOT's doing the construction, but there's a cap on the amount of money. And so this gives us a little bit of safety. If MassDOT says, oh, the bids came in $20,000 too high, you have to do value engineering, we can say, no, we'll fill that gap that's over there. If we have money at the end of the Safe Routes to School project, then we're identify a place in this area where sidewalks need to be fixed.
There are definitely places in that area where that money could be spent. Councillor Jarrett, did I see your hand?
Yeah, thank you. So will this have any effect on folks traveling on Sherman Avenue? Will they even notice?
You will not even notice, no.
Yeah.
I should add, just for the record, it's clear, like many of our streets in town that go back many years, the exact boundaries aren't totally clear. And the city's title isn't totally clear. So that the reason the language of the second paragraph says the city will issue an instrument is we're not sure if we're going to give a quitclaim deed or maybe even just a release deed, which says we're giving up any claim to this. The property owner is aware of this. Their attorney is aware of it. They're not worried at all. But we're not representing we own this. They just know that they don't own it.
Councillor Nash.
Yes, thank you. Wayne, I want to thank you for keeping me in the loop on this, as this is in my ward, and I really appreciate the creative thinking and tying it in with the Safe Routes to School, and the nice job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Quinlan.
Well, I just would ask, Councilor Shara, you asked before, like, how often does this happen? But I'm kind of curious, like, how does this happen? Is this a construction error? Is it a surveying error? How does something like this happen where, we have pretty clear rules in place and they were clearly not followed in this case?
Yeah, I mean, it's a property owner's, we don't survey property. We joke because the building inspector is technically called the fence viewer, but we don't really view fences very often anymore. So it's a property owner's responsibility to do a survey and make sure that they are where they say they are on the property. And they're literally off by 1.2 feet. So it's, either they didn't survey it or they didn't survey it carefully. I don't know the answer, but yeah, fortunately it doesn't happen. And usually, like, we actually do have exceptions for setback requirements, the overhang for your roof up to a certain distance, the front porch. So they were just unlucky, frankly, they didn't have a front porch, that, the house itself was a little bit too close. So, either survey error or lack of a survey in the process. And that's frankly one reason this was so easy to get to settlement, is that they totally owned it. They did not try to get out of it in any way, shape, or form. They made a mistake and they wanted to work with us to fix it.
Thank you.
Councillor Dwight, did I see your hand before? No? Okay. All right. Any further comments? Seeing none. Roll call, please, Laura, on a positive recommendation.
Councillor Thorpe.
Yes.
Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan.
Yes.
And Councillor Shara.
Yes. Okay, that moves forward with positive recommendation, and we are on to 21.204 in order to release a parking easement on Glendale Road. This is upon the recommendation of Mayor David J. Narkowitz and Office of Planning and Sustainability. Whereas on March 1st, 2001, City Council authorized the city to take by eminent domain land off Glendale and West Hampton roads for a landfill buffer, open space and recreation, and housing and affordable housing, and authorized the mayor to sell those housing building lots, including quote lot 6 and quote lot 7. And whereas as part of this transaction, the deed for this conservation area recorded on June 23rd, 2003 at the Hampshire Registry of Deeds books 7271, page 216, provides for a parking easement described as follows. Quote, the Conservation Commission shall be allowed to build without limitations a 3-car parking lot, provided such parking lot does not block reasonable access to lot 6, end quote. And whereas the city has a buyer for Lot 6 and Lot 7, previous lots from this limited development were donated to Habitat for Humanity and sold to a private party who has proposed a driveway location consistent with future placement for a 3-car parking lot within the parking easement. And whereas the buyers requested that the city allow reservation of the southerly 20 feet of Lot 6 for a driveway, widening out further to the south along the frontage on Glendale Road, where Lot 6 widens, but a minimum of 20 feet in width at all points as the permanent location of the driveway area. And whereas with the driveway area reserved for the driveway to the house to be constructed on Lot 6, the city will maintain enough land for a 3-car parking lot while ensuring that the city parking does not block said driveway area. Ordered that, City Council hereby releases the retained non-Article 97 interest of the city in the above described driveway area for the placement of a driveway to Lot 6, which shall be the permanent location of such driveway. The right to place a 3-car parking lot is provided in the deed recorded in the Hampshire Registry of Deeds, Book 7271, page 216, shall hereby be limited to areas outside the driveway area as released hereby. There's a tiny little map.
Move a positive recommendation, please.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilor Quinlan, seconded by Councilor Thorpe. Wayne, did you want to take it?
So quick history to make that long order that makes sense. So I guess I date myself because I was involved with this project 20 years ago. But so 20 years ago, we did what we call a limited conservation development, where we purchased about 21 acres of land. We permanently preserved 16 acres of it, most of it for conservation area, some of it for a buffer for the then planned landfill, and a very small piece for the recreation department. We gave 1 lot to Habitat for Humanity, who ended up developing 6 affordable units on it. And we sold 1 lot for a market rate lot. We had always planned to eventually sell the land on Glendale Road. We couldn't sell it originally because we weren't sure if we're going to do a landfill. And if we did a landfill, a house there would have not fit with the landfill. Once the landfill project died, it was sort of in our queue to deal with at some point. The market was right. This was a market rate lot. So we've already did the affordable part of this. And so we put it on the market. We signed to sell it to a buyer for $84,300, which is almost exactly what the assessed value is. And the buyer, excuse me, the buyer did a title search, and we realized we have this easement here we hadn't dealt with. So the buyer in theory could buy the property even with the easement. What the easement says is our parking can't interfere with his driveway and his driveway can't interfere with our parking. It just made the buyer understandably nervous that what if we wanted the parking set in a different place? So all this is doing, it still reserves the same number of parking spaces we could do someday. It just says we're going to get the northerly part of the frontage, he's going to get the southerly part, and then we never have any disagreements. We would like to have 2 readings because frankly, we had forgotten about the easement. And we have a closing tentatively scheduled for next week. So if council is willing, that's our preference.
Okay. Councilor Labarge.
Yes. How many years has it been, Wayne, since we purchased that property?
I think we got the authorities almost 20 years ago.
How many years ago?
I think it was 18 years ago, 20 years ago.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And there's a little history there, because one of the realtors in Northampton owned the property further back where the Kingsley lives straight down up until you come to Swazlowski's property. And the realtor wanted to put in this massive, I think it was going to be like a nursing home, Wayne, or something like that. Do you remember that?
So there was a large housing development planned originally. If there was a nursing home that predates me, that part I don't know.
Yeah, because there was a massive building that was going to go through there. So we worked tirelessly to not let that happen. None of us wanted to go ahead and have such a massive development place in that area and around the back. So we were very happy that we were able to purchase the property and have some conservation land and keep our deer and our animals and wildlife safe. So these two lots, I know exactly where they are. The property, the lots, Wayne, what is the size of the lots?
I don't have the survey in front of me. It's about an acre of land, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay, and they're going for what, 150,000? How much is each lot going for?
We're selling it for 84,300.
84 each?
There's only one lot left, so that lot will be 84,000.
Right.
The other lot we sold 20 years ago.
Okay. I don't have a problem about the movement with the driveways. We're gonna have our own driveway for the recreation part of it and so forth, and I'm happy with that.
Other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe.
Councillor Thorpe, I didn't hear you. Uh-oh, he might be frozen. Councillor Thorpe? Oh, boy.
Okay. Is there a nonverbal signal?
He's frozen. I don't know how to make him come back.
Oh, no.
Oh, all right.
There we
It blinked
go.
off. So,
Baby, come back.
So is he just absent from the vote?
let's give him let's give him a minute. See if he pops back. There he is.
There he is.
Councillor Thorpe?
Yeah.
You were very pensive for a very long time. We're up to you to vote on a positive recommendation.
Okay.
Is that your
Yes.
vote?
Yes, sorry.
Excellent.
I came back in, I'm like, where are we?
Okay. That moves forward with positive recommendation. There is no other business on the finance agenda.
Move to adjourn finance, please.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded to adjourn. Call on adjourning, please, Laura.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Councillor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, we are adjourned from finance, back in the full council where we will take up these financial orders. So we're at 21.202 in order to authorize acceptance of gifts of labor and materials for sidewalk repair or replacement.
Move approval as amended, please.
Which has been made and seconded. Any discussion on this as amended? Seeing none, roll call please. Laura.
Councillor Nash,
Yes.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
and Councillor Maori.
Yes.
Okay, that moves, that's approved on first reading. Next, we're at 21.203 in order to discontinue a portion of Sherman Avenue.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's been made by Councilor Labarge, seconded by Councilor Dwight. Discussion. Seeing none, roll call please, Laura.
Councillor Quinlan,
Yes.
Councillor Shara,
Yes.
Councillor Thorpe,
Yes.
Councillor Dwight,
Yes.
Councillor Foster,
Yes.
Councillor Jarrett,
Yes.
Councillor Labarge,
Yes.
Councillor Maori,
Yes.
and Councillor Nash.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in first reading. And we are at 21.204 in order to release a parking easement on Glendale Road.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion is made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
and Counselor Quinlan.
Suspend
Yes.
rule.
Second.
Motion is made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Foster to suspend rules. Any discussion on suspension of rules? Roll call, please, on suspending rules.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Sure. Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
and Counselor Shara.
Yes. Rules are suspended.
Move second reading, please.
Second.
Motion is made by
Second.
Counselor, seconded by Counselor Labarge on second reading. Any discussion on second reading? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
and Counselor Thorpe.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in two readings. We're on to financial orders on second reading, 21.194, in order to rescind borrowing authority.
Move approval, please.
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Thorpe. Any discussion on second reading? Roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
and Counselor Dwight.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on second reading. 21.195, in order to appropriate free cash for COVID expenses potentially ineligible for CARES Act.
Move to approve.
Second.
It's been made by Counselor Labarge, seconded by Counselor Maori. Any discussion on second reading? Seeing none, roll call, please, Laura.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
and Counselor Foster.
Yes.
Okay, that passes on second reading. 21.196, in order to surplus 56 Vernon Street and lease for continued use as Head Start daycare and early education facility.
Move approval to Counselor Quinlan's old school.
Second.
Second.
Counselor Dwight.
Great picture, by the way. Well worth noting. We have to commemorate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, the motion was made by Counselor Dwight. I didn't catch the second.
I did.
You caught it, or it's you?
I made the second.
Counselor Jarrett seconded. Any further discussion on Counselor Quinlan's old school? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
and Counselor Jarrett.
Yes.
Okay, that passes in second reading, and we are scooting on down to ordinances not yet referred. We have 21.198, an ordinance relative to a stop sign on Scanlon Avenue.
Can I move both 198 and 199 as a group to recommend them to be referred to legislative matters, please?
Second.
Okay, so 21.198 and then 21.199 is an ordinance relative to stop signs on Cross Street. They're moved as a group to legislative matters. Motion was made by Counselor Dwight, seconded by Counselor Jarrett. Any discussion on the referral?
Just a question. Do these stop signs already exist? Just
Great question.
yeah.
It's a
Are they
great
already
question.
in place? Are we doing what we seem to be doing a lot of lately? Which
This may
is,
have to be a mystery for next time.
yeah, I guess so. I was hoping Counselor Nash may be able to help us with that, but
Well, actually, Counselor Jarrett might know the answer to your question. I haven't driven out there to actually look.
Last time I was there were no stop signs.
okay. All right, good. We're actually doing something. Okay.
Yes, you got that one right.
It's winter, it would make that part hard.
Counselor Nash, did you have
Yeah, and I
something?
just want to add that these came out of the TPC.
Yes,
So they've already been through that.
great. All right, any further discussion? Roll call on referring them as a group.
Counselor Maori,
Yes.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge.
Yes.
Okay, those are referred. And we have already done 16 and 17. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we're missing anything, right? Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Well, I was actually going to make a motion just to not for discussion going forward about potential rules changes and committee changes. And maybe ask the council president if she would consider appointing a committee for reviewing of the rules and the committees as they stand.
This is a new business request.
Yeah, it's yes. I didn't know whether to throw it under information requests, which is not actually it is soliciting information of sorts, but it's actually more committee study request would be more appropriate.
Okay, I will consider that for sure.
And then I'll get out of the way of adjournment.
Okay, I believe Counselor Foster was trying to do that.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Foster, seconded by Counselor Moriarty. Roll call on adjourning, please.
Counselor Nash,
Yes.
Counselor Quinlan,
Yes.
Counselor Shara,
Yes.
Counselor Thorpe,
Yes.
Counselor Dwight,
Yes.
Counselor Foster,
Yes.
Counselor Jarrett,
Yes.
Counselor Labarge,
Yes.
and Counselor Maori.
Yes.
10:57, nowhere near midnight.
Ooh.